Good afternoon, and welcome to the commentary of the seventh round of the British Championship. I'm here joined by International Master Daniel Fernandez.
Good afternoon.
How are you, Daniel? And we're ready to spend the afternoon with you, with all of you on Chess24, the Chess Space, and the YouTube chats, analysing the main games of the tournament and seeing if these last three rounds of the British will produce a definite final winner, or if we'll have more interesting games on each of the top boards. So, Daniel, let's start off with the first board number one. What do you think of this pairing between Gormali with 5 points and McShane with 5.5?
So in my opinion, this is the pairing between the players who have been playing the best in this tournament.
Okay.
McShane defeated Howell, and Gormali has just defeated Adair, and he drew with Gawain Jones. So both have very good results. I think they're the top performers, and a draw would not surprise me.
They're playing the best chess.
Yes.
Okay. However, Gormali is half a point behind McShane and playing with the white pieces. It's going to be tough for him, but he should really try to win the game if he wants to become champion.
Possibly. I can't see him going all out for the win, though, because so many times he's played in the British Championship, he's made those big decisions, he's gambled, and it's not worked.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In any case, an interesting game to follow. We'll see if McShane wants to try to win with black. That's something also to be considered.
Yes.
If he makes a risky decision in the opening, for instance. And then we have Jonathan Hawkins with 5 points, paired with white against John Ems. What do you think about that matchup?
So both of these players played very impressive games yesterday, although we hadn't maybe talked about them as much as McShane, Howell and Jones and Gormali prior to that. So maybe these players are coming onto form, and it can't be ruled out that either of them wins the championship.
Of course, they're just half point behind.
But I would definitely see this as of secondary importance.
Mm-hmm. Ems was a bit lucky. Ems was a bit lucky yesterday. He played very well. Yeah. He had a good ending. But of course, his opponent blundered a rook, which was quite fortunate for him.
It was fortunate, but what position was probably winning
He was probably winning, but it was tricky.
Yeah.
And then we have many players with 4.5. Do you think that David Howell and or Gawain Jones still have chance to win the tournament?
On paper, they now have easier pairings. So if McShane doesn't win, as I don't really expect him to, then David Howell and Gawain Jones will be back within
half a point if they're able to win today.
Yes.
Howell is paired against David Eggleston, who's playing quite a decent tournament.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the top boards normally. But of course, with white, one must assume that he's a favourite in this game.
With white and 300 extra points, it's hard to look past David Howell.
And then Gawain Jones playing with black against Jovanka Huska, the top female contender of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said yesterday, we haven't really paid much attention to her games because she hasn't been on the top boards. But now she's jumped up to the fourth board. So obviously today, that game will be one of our feature games. What do you think about this pairing? 250 points of difference, but Jones is playing with black.
Jones is playing with black and might be a bit off colour in this tournament.
Off colour?
Off form.
Oh, okay. Well, yesterday he was...
Yesterday he played risky chess and it happened not to work out, and he was maybe a bit lucky.
He was a bit lucky, but he did fight the whole game.
Yeah.
And that is important as well. He's a fighter. He's definitely a fighter.
He's a fighter. But on the days when he has form, those games magically end in his favour.
Yeah. And when he's not in form,
we see things like
sometimes he gets a draw. Okay, so those are the top boards. As you can see, very interesting matchups, and obviously this will be one of the main rounds of the tournament, because depending on how the games finish today, Luke McShane could even get a full point advantage with 2 rounds to go. Unlikely, but it's possible. And that would really be a boost for his chances of winning the tournament.
Yes.
So let's get to the games, and hope you enjoy the analysis here with Daniel, who is not a grandmaster, but in effect he is, because you were telling me you had 3 grandmaster normals already.
Yes.
and your rating is really near the 2,500 points that you need to become a full Grandmaster.
I need 10 points.
10 points. Okay, but 10 points can come in any tournament. I'll give them to you if you want. You can play some matches, and as you saw yesterday night, you won't have any trouble in getting those 10 points. You can give me back 20 afterwards, and we'll be friends.
And your price.
Sorry?
And your price.
I'll give it to you free. No problem at all. Okay, so let's get to the game. Should we start off with Gormali McShane?
Yes.
We see there's already moves, so let's get into the action.
So Gormali has actually decided to play one e4.
Okay.
Which is interesting. It's interesting because...
Does he play with his three hands? E4, D4 and C4? Or is he just an E4 player?
I've seen E4 and D4.
And D4?
With slight preference for E4.
So he's a two-handed player?
Yes.
Okay.
But I think if he had been looking to play a safe game, we might have seen, some exchange Slav or something, and both players leave early.
Okay.
As it is, McShane is still in this frame of mind, as it seems, and he has offered the famous
Berlin ending.
Berlin ending.
But Gormali hasn't even thought about it. D3.
So D3
without thinking.
D3 was played in 46 seconds. He avoided going to the Berlin ending, which we've not seen in this tournament.
Well, we talked about it briefly the first day or the second day.
Yeah.
But no, the third day. The first day you were here. The trick with A4, you remember? We talked about that one.
Yes, with A4.
Giving back the piece. It was with you, I think.
It was with me.
So we briefly saw.
We saw some
the
tricks
ending.
in the Berlin ending.
D4.
D4, yeah, of course. Knight D6, and then the line D takes E5.
Exactly. But the main line is to capture on C6 and exchange queens.
Yes.
So this is interesting. If Gormali would be content with a draw, wouldn't he have played this variation with the exchange of queens?
He would likely have played either 1D4
or 1D4
or 4 castling and the Berlin endgame.
Okay. So could this be some sort of sign indicating that Daniel wants to go all out in this game and take advantage of his good, he's playing well, he's performing well.
He's poised under fire, like against Adair with his king open.
And try to go for a win.
It could be.
Could be. We'll see. Too early to say.
So McShane seems to like developing his bishop to C5. This sounds like a random comment, but I've not often seen him go to E7 or B4 or G7 with that bishop.
Although this is quite theoretical in this position.
This is perfectly theoretical.
But of course, bishop E7 is also possible. D6 is possible as well.
No, bishop E7 might lose a pawn.
No, sorry, D6 or G6.
Yeah.
D6 and then bishop E7, or G6 and bishop G7.
So we'd seen a lot of Steiner's variations in this tournament. Maybe black can play like this against D3 as well. D6, bishop G6.
D6 is very principled.
Yeah.
I remember studying this some time ago, and because it's Steiner, it's extra tempo because White's played D3, and at some point we'll have to go D4. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so bishop C5, castle, knight D4.
Knight D4, knight takes, bishop takes, knight D2.
Of course, it must be said that White had the chance of playing C3 instead of castle, preventing knight D4. That would be another variation, obviously.
Yeah.
So
black would continue with castling.
Probably casting.
D6, does it lose a piece? Doesn't actually lose a piece.
No,
but it looks dangerous.
But it's tricky.
Yeah.
Probably casting is okay.
Castling is better. And then white castles, and then we get D6. There must be a line with bishop takes
capture the
C6.
pawn here for some compensation?
Yeah. So bishop takes C6, D
takes C6, knight takes E5.
C5, rook E8.
Rook E8. These are always tricky positions. Knight F3, bishop G4, no?
Knight F3, bishop G4, and black has the two bishops in a more open position. He can play queen D7, rook D8, and pressurize the center.
And we can no longer play knight D2 because the D3 pawn is falling. So interesting. So White has played castle, and McShane, who likely today is okay with a draw, with the type of position he's playing, goes for knight D4, more exchanges.
Which was taken in logical fashion, although there might also be bishop C4. So knight takes D4, bishop takes D4, knight D2.
Okay, so let's go back to the beginning now, and let's see, in comparison with another line, if this knight D2 is the correct move, or the best move. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6, bishop b5.
Knight f6.
Sorry, knight c6.
Knight c6, bishop b5.
b5. So the old line, bishop c5 here. And instead of c3, castle, knight d4. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, c3, bishop b6, d4, c6, bishop a4, d6. And now white is playing knight a3. This is the main line in this position.
Okay,
I've
so
played many times this variation.
we saw this before, didn't we?
We saw it a couple of days ago, yeah, in some other game.
No, not just some other game. We saw Arakamiya Grant against McShane.
Exactly, but it wasn't. I seem to remember that
That he didn't play 3 bishop c5.
at that point, knight a3 wasn't so good. It was similar, but it wasn't the exact same position.
I think it was knight f6 and white played d3 in that game as well.
Exactly. But did they get exactly to this position? They might be repeating that line then.
So maybe Gormali is improving over Arakamiya Grant.
Maybe. I'm not quite sure. Maybe one of our viewers can find the game Arakamiya against Luke McShane and remind us of the moves in the chat, because we don't have access exactly now to that option. But we seem to remember it was following the same lines.
It was something like c3 and then knight a3 in this position.
Exactly.
Pawn on d3, not on d4.
Exactly. That's
As
true.
you were saying about this variation, bishop a4, d6.
And now knight a3 is the main line, and black normally plays knight f6 here. And this is interesting. In one game, I remember playing bishop g5 here. My opponent played h6, and I went back to h4, which was a mistake, because my opponent played g5 and ended up capturing my pawn on e4, and I didn't get enough compensation. So in a secondary game, I played bishop c2, which is superior, protecting the pawn on e4, and then I went f4, and I won quite a good game. And at least I remember it was a very active game, and the knight comes to c4, hitting the bishop. But anyway, this has been played in many games. It's still unclear. Black has good chances to equalize here. But it's quite similar, because after bishop takes d4 in the game, white could have played c3 here.
White could have played c3 and then knight a3.
Bishop b6 and knight a3.
And this may be, in fact, the Arakamiya
It's not
Grant game.
exactly the same position, of course.
As
But that's what Arakamiya did.
Okay.
I think she did this, and I was mentioning that with the pawn on c6 and bishop a4, this would be normal. But I can't recall if McShane did c6 here. That's the thing I can't remember. He did end up playing c6 and d5.
He played c6 and
castle.
And I think this would in fact be a transposition.
This would be a transposition.
Yes.
And here she could have played bishop. But here d5 is coming very fast, because in the other variation, black has to play d6 against d4. Whereas here, he doesn't really have to, because the pawn is on d3.
Yeah.
So it's a bit different.
No, but in the Arakamiya Grant game, the pawn was on d3, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I'm referring to the other variation.
Oh, right, okay.
And black takes advantage by playing d5 straight away. So the novelty would be knight d2. That would be the new move Gormali might have prepared for this game.
Yes. Maybe still looking at going to c4, but also keeping open the option of going to f3.
Going to f3 at some point. So what has Luke played? He has played already c6, and then d6, and the knight has gone to c4. Presumably, black will play bishop c7.
Okay, this is interesting, because in the analogous case of the Arakamiya game, black already had bishop c7, but possibly white had rook e1 or some other move.
And he couldn't play knight c4 because of b5.
Not possible to play b5.
That is true. So bishop c7 would be played now.
Yeah.
It actually has been played, and without thinking, Gormali has blitzed out bishop b3. So this is preparation.
So, okay, the second time
This is
white player
preparation.
has chosen bishop to go to b3 rather than c2.
Which is a possibility, of course.
Which is possible.
So bishop b3, and he's blitzed that out. So this is obviously preparation. He is definitely in his preparation, and this is something he has prepared specifically for this. So I think it would be a good idea to check the opening database and to consider this is being played. This has been played in several games. Black has played bishop e6, which is the main move. And this has been played in exactly 5 games. And here, f4 has been played in 2 games. Queen f3 in 1 game. Rook e1 in another game. But in general, with very good results for black. Of course, sample size is very small. And But look, Evgeny Nacher, he's a very good grandmaster.
Yeah.
Winner of the European Individual
If you
Championship.
scroll up a bit, we have the reference for Arakamiya Grant. So
Sorry?
if you scroll up, we have the reference for Arakamiya Grant in the chat.
Okay. The game Grant McShane went c3, bishop b6, knight a3, c6, bishop a4, castle, bishop b3, d5.
Knight a3, c6, bishop a4, castle. Okay. So black didn't have d6.
And so he played d5 in
He
one
had
tempo,
castling instead.
which is an improvement over the other variation.
Yeah.
And black was okay. D6, and he went on to win a good game.
Yes.
So knight d2 is the improvement, or at least not an improvement. He's a change of variation.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is theoretical. And there are quite a few high-level players here. Nacher, Zahar Efimenko, another grandmaster, played this against Laurent Fressinet, a top French player.
Yes.
And also Igor Kurnosov played against Nikolai Kabanov. So this is been played in several high-level, top-level games. Not at the most elite level, but definitely at the 2500, 2600 level.
Definitely.
All the games ended in a draw except for a game between two slightly lower-rated players in 2007. So
black's chosen bishop e6, and white will be debating between the four moves that have been played before, which are f4, queen f3, rook e1, and bishop g5, was it?
But the funny thing is, he's played bishop e6, but it's black's turn again. So what has white played then?
Sorry, it's black's turn again.
Live. Sorry, there was a move missing.
Oh, bishop e6 was not played.
Bishop e6 was possibly the move. When I clicked it on the analysis tab, it probably went into the board.
Okay.
That's why it was. No, he's thinking. Luke's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll leave this game for the moment. But as you can see, it seems clear that Gormali has prepared this line specifically to play against McShane. But it's not new, and there are several games, although not many. So it may be possible that Luke Shane is unaware of these games. But then again, if he played this with Ketavan Arakamiya three rounds ago, I must presume that after the game, at some point, he's checked the analysis and may have seen these other ideas. So it can't be completely new to him.
No.
Okay, let's go to the second game then. What's happening on the second game?
Second game is Hawkins-Ems.
Hawkins and Ems, an important game, especially for Hawkins. This could easily define his tournament. A win in this game would obviously put him as a front runner for the victory of the tournament. Okay?
So he's gone back to his main opening repertoire. So against Arco, he played 1e4, and they had a French. But now Hawkins has chosen 1d4. And previously, John Ems had chosen 1d5, and that was a draw, was it not? A draw with Peter Wells.
Mm-hmm.
He drew with Peter Wells after d5, but he's now gone back to something that he actually wrote a book on.
He's gone back to the Nimzo.
Yes. He's played the Nimzo.
Very sensible if you've written a book on it.
Yes.
And also the variations with b6. Those are the ones he was talking about in his book.
Okay. So, no surprise from either player in that case. Hawkins choosing a variation with queen c2 rather than the other critical move, which is e3 nowadays. a3, bishop c3, queen c3, b6. So, am I right in thinking that one of the main variations here is bishop g5, knight e4, and you go into an ending?
Sorry.
Or no, moves have been played actually. So
Yeah, no, there was some commentary here about someone hitting someone else, and I think they were referring
referring to
the Gormali incident in the Olympiads.
Okay, so people need to grow up, really.
We need to grow up, yes. Someone says yet.
That was
okay.
11 years ago.
That was many years ago, and I mean, who hasn't had some sort of incident on a discotheque, in the discotheque, some way or another? I mean, come on, guys, let's grow up.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is only famous because a person involved was an elite player.
Exactly.
A world elite player.
Exactly. And his girlfriend to be.
Yes.
At that point.
If the player
possibly
had been
his wife to be very soon.
Yes. If the player had been just 2,500, it would not be famous.
It would not be famous in incidents. Okay. That's 11 years later.
Yes.
We're still remembering these type of incidents. Wow. Okay, so you were saying, sorry, Daniel.
Okay, so if moves have been played, we should progress. So g3 has been played by Jonathan Hawkins.
So it was the Nimzo with Queen C2, Capablanca variation, and black went for castle. And white didn't play A3 straight away. That's funny. Nearly everyone plays A3 straight away. Is there a big difference there? Not really, no.
So maybe he wanted to eliminate variations where black plays with d5.
Oh yes, the Kramnik variation. The one he plays d5, takes on c4, and then goes b6 and bishop a6.
I wasn't thinking specifically of that, but maybe against knight f3, d5, he has a plan that's not a3.
Ah, okay.
For instance, bishop g5.
Bishop d5, for instance.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
But once
Small
black commits,
wrinkle.
maybe once black commits with d6,
then he goes a3.
He's fine to play. Tell me the story. Oh,
We will
goodness.
not. We will
No.
not.
Look it up in any
Look it up.
disreputable news site.
I suppose if you put it on Google, something would appear.
Yes.
But that's not something we're going to go into.
No.
It just made me smile when I was reminded about the incident. But let's leave it at that.
Yeah.
Okay, so a3,
a3,
bishop takes, queen takes, b6.
g3.
And this is theory.
Yes.
This is complete theory. If you want, I can look up. We have some more moves because
Okay.
this is very theoretical.
So bishop b7.
Bishop g2, bishop b7, knight
Knight
bd7,
castle.
and castle. And presumably black will go either for queen e7 or sometimes I've seen h6 in this position, but I don't think h6 is necessary really here because with the fianchetto being made, if white goes bishop d5, he'll have to exchange his knight, the knight. So queen e7 will be the normal move here.
Okay, but
I think c5 is also possible.
in principle, you can play any move that agrees with the broad idea of putting the pawns like so.
On the black squares.
Yeah.
That's Nimzovich.
And the
who
queen
taught
goes here,
that
and the rooks go here.
many years ago.
Yeah.
Very good. Exactly.
So you can play those in almost any order, just don't blunder a pawn.
What about the white bishop? Should it go through b2 or to g5? Where would you put it? I prefer b2.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm not sure if I have to play b3 or b4.
Mm-hmm.
And I struggle with knowing which one is the correct one. b4 gains more space, but leaves him more vulnerable when black plays c5 with the rook on c8.
Yes.
b3 is solid, but doesn't gain much space. So I struggle sometimes to know which is the best move.
So
What
I
do you
guess
think?
b4,
For instance, queen e7.
Queen e7. b4 now, I don't think black wants to play c5. Maybe he does. But if black doesn't play c5, the idea would be to gain more space with b5.
With b5.
And then
Clamp on the c6.
the light squares are under attack.
He might be able to play c5 here, actually.
He might be able to play c5. Say b takes and then black plays d takes.
Well, it's the story of the Sicilian. You always capture with the opposite pawn.
Yeah.
Many people don't know that. That's an advanced concept, actually.
There are two versions of this, though.
Okay.
There's the closed Sicilian as well.
That's the one I'm thinking about.
When black plays...
G takes e5, you take with the e pawn.
Yeah.
And if he goes e takes f5, capture with the g pawn.
Yeah.
Which many people don't know. And even when I explain that to them, they still don't understand it. And the funny thing is when white goes e takes g5, and I have to capture back with the g pawn, the pawn structure is like a plate of soup. I call it the soup plate because it's f5, e6, d6, c5.
Okay.
Okay, so it's like a plate. And that's something I use for the students to remember the structure. Then white goes g5 and starts launching its pawns, but then black counterattacks in the center. Whereas if he captures with the g pawn, then I capture up with the e pawn. And I'm trying to get a weak pawn on f4.
Yeah.
So this is actually quite similar. So how would you explain this then? How would we say, for instance, if he captures with the b pawn, why would you capture back with the d pawn and not with the b pawn?
Okay, if you capture with the b pawn, I would be thinking the capture with the b pawn opens the position up more,
For the
which
rook.
favours white with the two bishops, just
Okay.
on general ground.
General grounds, okay.
Obviously, in this case, it's not terminal. Black plays rook b8, white plays, say, bishop f4.
But it's a bit annoying.
Life goes on.
Mm-hmm.
You would prefer white to not have this tempo rook b1 that arranges the pieces in such a way.
Okay. So we take back with the other pawn.
Take back with the other pawn and...
And here all is good. Because if you capture again, I'm sure you're going to capture with the knight.
Yes.
And that's what we're looking for. The c pawn is weak now.
Yes.
It can be a target. Okay.
So white would just play some normal move and then rearrange behind the pawn.
And
rook
things
c8 or
are looking very good for black in this position. Okay, so now let's go back to the position where you take with the d pawn. Now, why would you take with the b pawn here?
I would take with the b pawn. Okay, in this case, taking with the d pawn is not so bad.
It could be okay.
The problem with it lies mostly around the
On the dark squares.
e5, d6
Yeah.
squares.
That's the problem now.
So now you can have your perennial decision about whether you play bishop f4 or bishop b2 because both control e5.
I'd probably go for bishop b2 here. You can always mate him if he makes a mistake. Of course. Okay, so here you capture with the b pawn.
Capture with the b pawn.
Of course, white could play b5 and get a 2 against 1, but you have a centre majority.
Thematically, white should play b5. And also in this case, similar to our discussion before about the minority attack, as black you could consider a5.
Oh. Right now, before white advances.
Before white plays a4, a5 himself. Or maybe you provoke a4 only, and then you meet it with a5.
Of course, he can capture en passant. He gets an extra pawn, a pass pawn, but it's so backward that's not really dangerous.
No.
And black has the centre.
It can be blockaded with, say, knight b6, bishop c6,
bishop a4.
square. Yeah.
Very interesting. So these are the sorts of things that any international master, any grandmaster would be considering when playing this type of position. When the pawns face each other on c5, d4, d5, there can be many different types of pawn structures that arise. Isolated pawns, hanging pawns, or this type of pawn structure. And depending how the pieces are situated, you have to go for one or for the other. But it's handy to know all of them and know which one to choose depending on the position. So this is going to be a long strategic game.
Yes.
This is not going to be a tactical game in principle.
But that might not
whatsoever.
suit Jonathan Hawkins.
We'll see. I think this favours more John Ems, actually.
Yeah, it does.
Because it's probably a line he has extensive knowledge, because he's written a book about this variation. And also, he's probably practiced this many times in the past.
This is a kind of variation where experience counts for a lot more than being able to calculate in 3 seconds rather than 5.
You don't really need to calculate much in these variations. It's more knowing where to put the pieces. The muscle, how was it called? You told me yesterday, the muscle...
muscle memory.
Muscle memory, exactly. Yes. The fingers know where to put the pieces.
Yes.
Okay, let's go on to the third game.
Which is Howell, is it? David Howell? Yes.
Howell is playing against Eggleston. So
another...
This is another Nimzo, I think.
Another Queen C2 Nimzo, but he played A3 immediately in this case. So David Howell's approach against significantly lower rated players includes a lot of endgames. And we've seen the endgame variation, the famous endgame variation.
He's allowed 94.
Yeah.
I see.
Bishop G5.
This was under discussion a few years back. I remember there was quite a few games. Kramnik played this. There were some Lecco games as well. There was an Aronian game as well, trying to define if this endgame was better or not for white. I think the knight was falling back to 97 at some point, and there was an F5 in the middle. Yeah, I remember this line.
There was
quite a bit of discussion.
There was a book written with about 50 pages on this.
Oh, yes?
By David Vigorito.
Okay. He's a American IM.
American IM, or maybe GM by now.
Mm-hmm.
Author and chess publishing guy.
Mm-hmm. So bishop b7,
F7, F3,
h6,
bishop h4, d5,
d5,
e3, knight d7, and now white allows the endgame.
Okay, not forced. He has other options.
Bishop f2 comes to mind.
Bishop f2 could be played, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's many other moves here. You could even play b3. But of course, if black plays rook c8 and c5 is okay.
Yeah.
So something has to be done.
So the idea of this whole setup with f3 and d3 was to play in the endgame with this and now drop the bishop back to f2 like so. So this was a big main line, and there were two moves now. The f5 or c5?
F5 was the move that came to mind.
Mm-hmm.
That was the one I was thinking of, because I remember an f5 and then the knight would fall back to e7 at some point. But maybe I'm mixing up the two moves.
I think this was the branching point. White played bishop f2 and now black can choose. Obviously, in a non-forcing position, you can play any move you want and you can then outplay the opponent. Say rook a c8, can't be terrible.
No. But white has the two bishops, he has the centre. So in principle, he should have the advantage. But what does black have?
Theoretically critical would be to somehow use the fact that you have 3 pieces out and have castled, and white only has 1 piece out.
To try and open up the centre some way and look for some tactical chances.
So f5 would restrain e4, and that makes sense. c5, as played, the idea is that after e4, the d4 pawn will be under attack in some variations.
So e4 has been played.
e4 has been played.
And now it's funny because Eggleston started thinking. 8 minutes already.
Okay. So I'm assuming his preparation will have followed knight e7 because that's just a normal move.
Everyone plays 97 here.
And then you try and play with cd4 and maybe e5, rook a c8, and use the dark squares.
But knight f4 has been played as well, although many years ago.
So what's the trick here? Knight f4, is it just to soften up the long diagonal? And after g3, you go back to g6, and then later f5 is
there might be some chances there. The funny thing is black has scored quite well. Well, no, sorry. Because, of course, this means 23% white, 70% draw, and then this would be the black score. Okay, so, no, better for white then.
Better for white.
But knight e7 is the main move by a lot. So it is a bit strange that after practically blitzing out all these moves, Eggleston decides that this is the moment to take the think.
Okay.
Maybe he's not sure. Maybe
he's looked at knight f4 because essentially white is strategically forced to move that knight away now. Say white plays some other move, like
rook c1,
c1, then maybe cd4 is good.
Okay.
cd4
and then e5
of e5,
and now you get the e6 square.
Knight e6, and these two squares are blacks.
So he has to play g3 straight away,
or maybe bishop e3 is the other move that moves the knight away.
Okay. So could it be possible that Eggleston has thought about playing knight f4 before the game, and is now checking his analysis?
He wouldn't have been sure what David Howell was going to play because David Howell plays, both e4 and d4 as well as other moves. He's probably looked at the position up to now and he's thought there are playable alternatives and pick one at the board if it happens to show up.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Okay, so a lot to be said in this game still. I think it's time to go down to the fourth game, where we have our top female contender, Jovanka Huska. Does she have a brother that plays as well? Is there a...
I think there might be a father. I think the father might be an international master.
Exactly. I think I remember there was a male Huska, title player. Of course, I probably thought it was his brother, but it may perfectly be the father. Okay. So how's she doing? She has a tough game today, a very tough game.
She has a very tough game, and Gawain Jones has chosen to play a modern.
Well, he's a modern player, so why not choose that defence? Okay, this is a good defence to try and unbalance against a low-rated player. No?
Yes.
Now it's c5.
So White's not chosen a particularly challenging structure. White might be thinking, actually, that she can go into Howell Jones into a Fianchetto King's Indian.
By delaying c4 and playing it at some point.
Fianchetto King's Indian, presumably one of the lines where black later takes on d4, because white already has e4. Black's not up for this.
So if white takes on c5, he's going to play queen a5 check.
Yes.
And go to a dragon, which is fantastic for Jones because he plays a dragon.
Yeah. So
and the g3 variation is not really very strong against the dragon, although it's playable.
So for similar reasons, white doesn't play knight e2. As knight e2 would in fact be a direct transposition.
Yeah, which is it's a main line. I've played the dragon, that's g3 against the dragon. But I play normally knight c3, castle, knight c6, and now I've played here knight takes c6 and e5. This is an interesting variation. You get a good majority on the queen side, and this is playable.
So we have a...
But normally black plays knight c6 before you get to play bishop g2 with the normal order, and then he exchanges on d4 to prevent this.
And then there's lines with knight g4 and so on.
Exactly, but now he can't do that because the knight's already on c6.
Okay, we have a reference in the chat to Jovanka Huska. Her brother Miroslav was close to IM.
Okay.
So maybe he played Miroslav Huska.
Okay. So let's continue here then. He played c3. bolstering the centre.
And avoiding all dragon structures.
Queen c7, knight e2. h3 to put the bishop on e3 looks okay. Knight c6, bishop e3, and b6. Okay, so this is a game.
This is a game.
White doesn't have more than a small space advantage in the centre. He can play with f4, g4, knight g3 and go for an attack, which actually looks quite good. But also it's a bit risky. But that's what you really have to do if you want to crash through, no? Here, or would you prefer to go for d5?
I think the decision is between playing d5 and not really.
Okay, so it's d5 now. Where would you go with the knight? Probably to e5, no? So white can't play c4.
I think for tactical reasons right now it can go to e5.
And now if, for instance, c4 can't be played.
So say queen c2.
Queen c2, but then you get knight c4 in, no? If you
Maybe
want.
c4 in fact.
Or c4. And if you play knight d2, then the knight can't go to c3 after c4.
Knight d2 might be a good option actually. But then bishop a6.
Yeah, black's active.
Or say b5 in fact.
Or b5. Black's very active here.
So not d5 immediately, but white can prepare it in various ways. For instance, he can start with knight d2. That makes sense to me. White could also consider agreeing to lose a tempo with a move like c4. But if that doesn't lose material...
It might be a pawn sacrifice.
I'm not sure.
But it could be tricky because there's an e5 somewhere there.
There are e5 moves that protect the material. So white could go for this if she can get in, say, b3, knight c3, queen d2, and play it like a normal Maroczy structure with just a fianchetto. And obviously c4 prepares d5, so if black plays no move, then d5, d5, queen c2, white will be better.
Yeah, well, actually he's throwing f4 now, so that would be a problem.
Black would have to play b5, and then maybe b3 even.
But white's probably better, because that knight is going to be pushed back.
Yeah, or exchanged.
Or exchanged. Okay, so b6, and white has played knight a3. Knight a3.
Okay, so this actually looks like it's preparing d5.
d5 and c4.
d5 and c4, and it's counted against black's b5 push. It's intended against black's b5 push, and it protects a future pawn to be on c4.
It's interesting.
It's the only square on the board that does that, that's accessible.
It could also go to b5 at some point afterwards.
It could be, but it would then have to go home after an a6.
No, but after playing d5 and c4, it could reroute to c3.
Yeah.
With knight b5. So what should black play here? Exchange on d4 and try and leave the knight out of play.
I'm not such a fan of that because white's playing next rook c1.
That is true.
And the c6 square will be weak in another 10 moves time.
It's a bit weak.
I'll play d5, maybe knight c2 to b4, maybe the other knight to d4.
Yep.
It's looking quite dangerous.
He shouldn't change on d4. That would be a mistake. So
what should he do?
He has to develop his bishop.
Maybe e6.
Maybe e6.
I like the idea of e6.
Flexible.
So that if white plays d5, we take off one pair of pawns and then we go to e7. We try and develop the play with knight f5 and maybe h5, h4.
Yeah, that would be okay.
White could also play...
Benoni style.
Okay, there might be immediate tactical problems with it though. White
Knight
could
b5,
play knight b5,
queen
d7.
d7.
Maybe queen e7, but here the issue is this.
No, that's very dangerous.
And it could well be playable, but it's risky.
It looks very risky.
I think it's playable actually.
Well, here you'd win a pawn, but he's going to get it back and... No, you can't play bishop d5. That would be a mistake.
No, bishop takes d5 must be conceptually wrong, if nothing else because of this.
No, this is a disaster.
Bishop b7 and knight f3 check.
This is a disaster.
So maybe queen e7 is also playable. And maybe white has nothing better than to try this. After which, say, queen d7.
Queen d7, take. Probably take on c5.
Probably take on c5.
Still looks good for white.
It does, actually.
Looks good for
this
white.
Looks like a tactic that wins.
No,
some
I think
material.
you can't loosen the position with e6.
Yeah.
I think you have to play the bishop somewhere. Or to D7 or to B7?
Well, to D7,
Or maybe to A6?
to D7 I don't like because of D5, and now black has to go back somewhere. Or to A5.
Maybe to A6.
So bishop A6, maybe some sensible move like rook E1 would happen.
Now, would we consider exchanging the bishop for the knight?
Now we could consider E6.
Well, now E6, because
Yeah.
B5 is protected.
Now E6 makes sense, and then the idea would be to play CD4 and D5.
And D5, block the position.
But not against every move. For instance, against rook C1,
No.
there are tactical problems.
We wouldn't do it against that one. Okay, so interesting position on the fourth board between Hoska and Gawain Jones. Would you say that white is better, or it's more or less complicated?
I think white is much easier to play.
But it's still
It's still
complicated
tense,
position.
and the tension is what black wanted.
Okay. So both players getting good vibrations from their game. So let's go to board 5, where we find Nick Pert playing with white against Peter Wells. Another, in principle, very solid game. And I can already see that this,
It's so solid that they've played the London system.
the London Symphony, with a transposition to one of the Caro-Kann variations, I think.
Yes.
This is a exchange Caro-Kann. Super solid.
So in principle, Nick Pert would have been the favourite in this game with an extra 125 rating points.
Peter Wells is a grandmaster.
Peter Wells is a grandmaster, and this is interesting.
Where did he peak? What type of rating did he must have had 2,500 at least.
I think 25-30 or so.
25-30. So he's on his floor, which is about 100 points less, because now it's 24-33. Okay.
But he's well known as someone who has a low rating only because he draws with 2100s and 2200s.
Okay. Maybe because of his
So
style of play.
he doesn't score well against such players, but he scores better than his rating would indicate against, good
He's
IMs
a
and
tough
against
grandmaster.
GMs.
He's a tough player, but he just, maybe because of his repertoire, or maybe because he's too solid and he can't outplay lower rated enough lower rated players.
Yeah.
And your rating suffers when that happens. Okay, C5,
So C5,
E3.
E3,
Take.
take, bishop G4. Is this already a direct transposition?
Let's see the variation of the Caro-Kann. We can pass it out, do it on the board. E4, C6, D4, D5. E takes D5, C takes D5, bishop D3, knight C6, C3, and now black has a choice. Knight F6 is the main move.
So say knight F6, knight F3,
And
bishop
now-
G4.
Well, normally white doesn't play knight F3 because of bishop G4. He
Yeah.
normally plays knight E2.
So actually white has a worse version of the exchange Caro-Kann in the game.
But knight F3 is playable.
Of course.
I'm thinking that one of the rounds of the team championship in Catalonia, by transposition I got to here. My opponent played knight F3. I went bishop G4. And I'm thinking that he played,
Bishop
or
F4.
he played queen B3 straight away, or bishop F4. But then after E6 he went queen B3,
Okay.
and I lost that game. I ended up okay in the opening, but I spent a huge amount of time to find the moves, and that paid off for my opponents when the time trouble came about.
And obviously if black plays bishop takes F3 here, queen takes F3,
That would be
E6,
like the game.
that is exactly the game
That is
position.
exactly the game.
Here's the game and here's this.
That is exactly the game. And I mean, white must be slightly better because of the bishop pair, but black is very solid in these positions. And again, Wells, I think he was playing the Slav. I think he played.
Possibly,
Was it
yeah.
against Rudd? Wasn't that Slav or?
Was it? Oh yes, it was a Slav and white went early G4, G5.
Exactly that.
Which
and-
may also be a possibility here,
Yes.
but not
So-
not for Nick Pert maybe.
So Wells is the type of player who exchanges his bishop off, plays with the two knights and a solid centre, no problem at all.
Oh, it's part of the English tradition, isn't it?
I like doing that.
Always bishop G4 takes F3 when possible. Bishop G5 takes F6 with white.
Okay.
That bishop
yes.
is worse than a knight. The other one is good.
The other one is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
The dark square bishop for white and the light square bishop for black are terrible pieces.
But that's again, it's Nimthovich. Exchanging off the bishop, putting the pawns on the same colour.
Yeah.
It's based on Nimthovich's theory. Because now the dark square bishop is a good bishop. But if you like playing to the attack with the light square bishop, white, you could be happy with white here.
Mm-hmm. But in general, you don't keep the two bishops here, do you? You have something like knight d2 and black plays bishop d6, and then the two bishops are gone.
Takes one off the board. Has this happened actually? He's played knight d2.
He's played knight d2 and quite
now,
possibly...
Now Wells is considering bishop d6, which is probably the move he's going to make.
Yeah, bishop d6 is sensible, but also nothing wrong with moves like rook c8 or a6, or bishop e7 even.
So this could also... This position, Daniel, is very similar to the Queen's Gambit declined with inverted colours.
Yes.
And black could go for a minority attack here with rook b8 at some point, b5, b4. For that, he would have to play bishop d6. Something like that. And now b5 would be
now
the
b5
move.
And of course, you know what I would want to
You
play
would play a4, of course. But the thing is...
No, I wouldn't play a4.
You
wait
to
for black to play
a5.
a5.
You'd play a3 and then...
Play a3, then they have to play a5.
Or find some sort of waiting move, or to a3 and then against a5, then a4.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you have to have the b2 pawn protected to do that. So how are you going to organise that? If I play b5...
Okay, let's say I play queen e2.
Okay, and
maybe.
now let's say I play a5. If you
Let's
go...
ignore the fact that it's attacked, but
okay,
develop this variation.
okay, and now... Okay. So you're not going to play a4 when the pawn is on b5. You'll wait for him to play b4, and then you'll block with a4.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we know that when one player does the minority attack on the queen side, it normally leads to a small advantage on that part of the board, and the other player compensates that by attacking on the king side.
Yes.
So how will white attack here? Will he play knight e5?
With this construction, it's slightly different, because normally white's pawn would be on a2 and black would have ideas like queen a3, or possibly knight d7, b6, a4, and so on. And if black hadn't had to play a5, he would have additional options of knight a5, rook f c8, and so on. Here, white's actually countering on the same side, I think, with moves like bishop b5, just bolstering the c3 pawn with maybe rook ec1 and rook a b1.
So it's more technical
So he's
game.
fighting on the same side rather than trying for knight e5. No,
the attack.
Knight e5 and f4 type things. I don't know, it's just another way of playing. And we don't have bishop d6 from black. We just have 9 moves. We expect bishop d6, but we should move on to another game.
Would be the normal move. Yeah. Okay. So, a more or less normal position here. Nothing spectacular
very
happening.
solid from both players.
And my guess is a draw in this game, but that's my guess. Even though
no, we've seen it all. We've seen it all before.
Outrates Wells by more than 100 points, but as you said before, Wells is a very solid player, and although his rating is lower, he has lots of experience against tough players, against high-rated players. Okay.
So
but I can also see why, if he plays these variations against 2,200 players, it might be not so easy for him to beat those players.
No.
To outplay them.
The next is Zhou Yangfan against
board 6. We have Zhou Yangfan Zhou against Conor Murphy.
And all we've said about Conor Murphy up to this point is that he drew with Simon Williams.
That is true, but unless Yangfan wins this game, he's not going to have nearly any possibility to fight for the first 3 places.
If Yangfan doesn't win this game with white against someone 300 points lower, his tournament is toast.
He has to win.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did the game go?
So he's played an Open Sicilian. It's interesting, both of these players are members of Cambridge University. So white graduated last year, and black is currently there. So they do know each other. And maybe had some impact on their repertoire choice, although I've also seen Taimanov from Conor Murphy on many other occasions. So queen c7, f4, a6, and white went knight takes c6.
Okay.
Here is another place where there's a choice of pawn recaptures. Queen recapture is supposed to be not so good because of the bind on the d6 square. d takes c6, however, is also completely playable, as I recall. And then if white plays e5, at least he's not causing a backward pawn on d7, and black can have dynamic options such as putting a knight on d5 himself.
Mm-hmm.
Is there maybe c5 in this position as well? C5.
I can't exactly recall. Knight c6. I know it's possible, but it's not the main move in this variation, is it?
B takes c6 is main. c5, b5, and bishop b7 ideas I've seen before.
It could be possible as well. So black recaptured quickly with the b pawn, which is the normal recapture.
Normal towards the center and principled.
Bishop d3 and d5.
If e5, black can play f6, and white center will crumble eventually. Bishop d3, d5. So black's got in this move.
So castle.
So similar to
the game Max Shane's game yesterday against Rahal, but with the pawn on f2. But for the most part, the center is the same.
So is it an exact transposition if white has
the bishop on d7 and the pawn on f2? It would be the same position.
So if white has the knight on b1 and the pawn on f2, and instead he has castling
with the bishop on d7.
Okay.
And in that position, black played bishop d6. If I remember rightly, and white played queen e2.
White played queen e2 instead of castling.
Exactly.
Okay. That was the.
But it's a big difference because with the pawn on f4, things are completely different.
That was the crunch game yesterday, and white played some subtle ideas to avoid playing f4 immediately. But it's the same structure more or less, and he did have the choice of playing f4 in that encounter as well, but chose not to. Here, white doesn't really have the choice of plans with c4, so it has to be on the king side. White has to play moves like queen e2, e5, f5.
Okay, that's the main difference, because the knight was on b1, and white played c4 actually in the game.
Yes, he did.
That is the main difference.
And then black was compelled to play d takes e4, whereas here black would never play d takes e4 if he was paid to.
Okay, so knight f6, queen e2, normal moves, bishop e7, bishop d2, castle, rook e1, very sensible, both players. Rook c8, rook e8, king h1, bishop f8, b3, that's another sensible move.
So actually
control the c4
this
square.
May be worth discussing. After bishop d2, either here
e1.
or maybe even before, black had the choice to take a pawn on b2.
Oh, with a check, that's true.
So I'm assuming king h1 still happens, and now what happens if black is very greedy? I would seriously think about this with black because I like defending. I like taking material and defending.
I know. But here, it would be very, very greedy. I'd start off with e5.
Knight d7.
And now I'd think whether to play rook b1, whether to play knight a4, or even whether to play, although I could be risking a lot, bishop takes h7 check.
Bishop takes h7 check. Okay, so
is that completely ridiculous? Or rook b1 first and then bishop takes h7?
Maybe there's a idea similar to the poison pawn now. Similar to the poison pawn variation. Now if black goes queen c5...
That's the only square.
Then there's bishop e3, and queen a5 is met by bishop b6. So black would have to commit to playing d4 in this position, which he doesn't necessarily want to do.
But then we play knight a4.
Knight a4, queen a5, knight b6. It's a long tactical variation.
Super tricky. Was this forced?
Knight a4.
Does he have to go to c5 against rook b3? Well, practically yes, because...
Yes, because d6 is met by e5.
And queen a5 is bad as well, yeah.
So knight a4, queen a5, knight b6.
But do you really think that Connor calculated this variation? Or more in general grounds, don't capture the pawn on b2 when you have no development, white's pieces are in the game, and you'll be attacked on one side of the board? Or do you think he calculated this? How long did it take?
I think you should calculate this. He took 2.5 minutes. So maybe he got to the point with knight b6. Because you look at the forcing moves that attack the queen, not necessarily moves like... where were we? Here. Not necessarily f5 in this position. There's no way you can calculate that. If you look at this variation, you make an assessment about, for instance, this continuation. Is white's knight getting trapped? Probably not. Can black take another pawn on a2? Probably. And then you decide to play it or not.
The knight could be trapped. The knight could end up being trapped.
It could be trapped.
But maybe not. But he can't have considered all of this in 2 minutes, and also decided on his move. He hasn't considered this move. Seriously,
hasn't considered Queen B6.
Seriously,
it must have occurred to him that
of course. But he probably just rejected it on general grounds and then thought of his move, and in 2 minutes decided to rook e8.
Okay.
Because there's so many lines here.
Okay.
There's the line you give, which is very forced, but the other lines with e5 and f5 are also very dangerous.
F5 in this position.
Maybe, or some attacking move like rook f3. Or, as I said, rook b1, queen a3, and now see if you can sacrifice. Because queen h5 is coming and rook f3 afterwards. And knight takes d5. I mean, I just see this and I'm already worried.
Okay.
If I'm going to be immortalized in 15 moves.
Okay, and in reality, the calculation is just starting.
But it looks very dangerous.
For instance, f5.
And then I've got knight takes d5.
C takes d5.
Oh, you're going to sack your queen. Could be.
I get quite a bit for the queen.
Yes, that is true. Have I got time to play rook h3 and queen g6?
f5, rook h3.
Queen g6, rook h7, queen
this
h5.
would be an interesting calculation.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
But queen g6 doesn't actually threaten anything other than queen takes e6.
Well, it does threaten rook h7 and queen h5.
Rook h7, rook f7, and then queen h5 back.
It's a typical maneuver.
Yeah.
No, he's not going to calculate this in 2 minutes. What are you thinking of?
No, okay.
Conor Murphy, did you calculate this? You can tell us afterwards. Leave a comment in the YouTube channel. Of course you didn't. You might have thought of queen b6 check, of course.
Yeah.
But
well, that's natural.
I'm not developed. I'm going to eat that pawn on b2. No, never. Getting my piece out.
Okay, so he played rook e8. So he's thinking maybe a bishop or a knight on f8 to defend against the mate threats. White's not starting the mate threats just yet, so he plays b3.
Look, king h1 and b3. Now he can't eat that pawn.
Belt and braces.
I didn't catch that one. Belt and braces.
Belt and braces. When you do two things for the same purpose.
To make sure nothing happens.
Like shutting the door, locking it with a key, and then bolting it.
Okay.
Belt and braces.
Belt and braces.
To make sure your trousers don't fall down, you wear a belt
and the braces
and
just
the
in
braces.
case. Okay. Yeah, I understand that one. That's good. So, king h1, and for good measure, b3 as well.
Yes.
Okay, just in case.
So black plays bishop b7. One of the questions that comes to mind is whether he can play e5 to stop white closing the position with his space advantage. Maybe black can do it this way. So if white has to play f5
No.
in order for his attack to continue.
No. That will not happen. Pawn takes pawn.
Pawn takes pawn, this pawn.
Yes.
Okay, because there are two of them. Queen e5.
And pawn takes pawn.
Pawn takes pawn. Queen takes queen.
Rook takes.
Rook takes. Bishop takes. Pawn takes d5.
Pawn takes e5. What's this like?
I'd say this is fine for black.
Yeah. Bishop d5, bishop f3.
Bishop g5, bishop e6.
No problem. I'm not going to take the pawn, you know that.
No, I know that. That's why
but you're waiting.
I'm waiting
just
for bishop
case.
f3.
But now I think I might be able to take it. You're going to play bishop d7, rook f3, and rook c8, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's worrying. Yeah, bishop f3.
Bishop f3, rook c8.
You're okay.
Should be fine.
Yeah. It's funny, in these positions, you'd like to have the pawn on b2.
Yes.
Okay,
so
we're digressing.
We're digressing. He didn't play e5, although I think he could have done.
So bishop b7, e5, knight d7, knight e4, standard, c5, c4, d4. This is very standard.
So now,
and now he's just played bishop e4.
So he's just looking
if
for
it's move 18.
Light square bishop trap and
knight
reroute to d3.
Yeah, this is quite standard. I personally like these positions with white.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I know black plays a5, a4 later, but generally I like to have my knight on d3 blocking, projecting attack on the pawn on c5, and then try to drum up a kingside attack.
It feels so nice to have this kind of output, even if you're not better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I have to think that Yang Fan will outplay his opponent from this position because he just needs to win. He needs to win.
For instance, I mean, black should do something violent now. He shouldn't just play quiet moves like he has been doing so far. He should play something like e5, or maybe he should play f5 in this position to make the game a bit more interesting. ef6, knight f6, bishop b7, queen b7, and then you play for e5 like this.
So knight b2 would be the move here.
Knight b2, say bishop d6,
Knight
d3,
d3,
maybe a5.
maybe a5. Yeah, it looks white's better, but it's not so clear. That queen on b7 is extremely well placed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this looks okay for black. Just only one weakness on e6. Can't attack it. And black is very active with the a4 idea.
Yeah, this actually is probably fine for black.
Fine. Okay, so let's go on to another game.
So we have Arakamia Grant, the other woman in the contention for the women's title. Or
No, but first we can, if we're going in order,
okay.
we'd have to check the game between Craig Handley, with white against Adair. And this is interesting because Handley has 4.5. So he's still with this pack of players with 4.5.
Yeah.
But Adair has 4 only.
Okay.
So
James Adair was the player that lost with white to Danny Gormali in a very sharp Sicilian yesterday.
Exactly. And
Craig Handley was the player who drew with Gawain Jones.
it's probably a bit unfortunate for Adair to float up towards the group up the top and find such a strong player, because normally he would have played with a weaker opponent with 4 points.
As a 6th seed, it's something that can happen.
It can happen. He's floated up towards the group up the top, and yeah, this looks like some sort of Catalan system.
Yep. So black's played with bishop b4,
okay,
back to e7,
Okay, yeah, sort of Catalan.
and he's played the variation that's chosen by
Oh,
Artemiev and
Aronians.
Fedosiev, and every 2700 who wants to outplay a 2600.
Goes for knight a3. But Aronian was the first one to play this, no?
I don't know actually.
I think it was him.
Okay.
I think it was him.
So White's showing he's on top of his theoretical knowledge in that case.
We probably need to explain to the viewers, because I'm sure many of you will be thinking, that's a silly move. Why is he putting the knight on a3? I mean, black can exchange it and double the pawns. We should explain to them why, although this is possible, obviously, it might not be the best moment to do it.
In case of bishop takes a3, b takes a3, d takes c4, just taking the pawn.
So what's happening with those 2 pawns?
So this pawn is actually useful, the front one, to stop b5 at some moment. In fact, I think you can play a4 at this moment.
But the main problem with black by doing this exchange is,
well, that he doesn't win the pawn really.
well, of course not. But apart from that, you don't even have to eat the pawn. No? The thing is, you're giving up your dark square bishop.
Yeah.
And that is a big problem.
It's a huge problem.
Because now all of white's pawns are on white. The white square bishop is blocked in. And black can really do some terrible things on the dark squares.
So even if white doesn't take back the pawn immediately, say queen c2, b5, and then white plays with bishop g5, knight e5, rook e1 type things, it's still good compensation.
Very good compensation on the dark squares.
So I think theoretically we play a4, don't we? a4, and
I can check.
And then if b5, there's some machinery to regain the pawn.
Knight a3. Aronian. This is probably the game I was thinking of. He's played it twice.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this was the first time against Guidi. This is the game I remembered. Aronian against Guidi. But the idea has been played in other positions, not only in this one. Okay, so, yeah.
Okay, in any case,
b6,
proceeding
b6,
with
rook
the game.
c1, bishop a6. And
CD5,
now
CD5.
you change the pawns, and knight e5.
So it bears mentioning that if he didn't change the pawns, black would have had more development issues. So knight e5 and queen a4 and things like that immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e5, I bet, would have been met by knight fd7, in fact. Because if knight e4, and then white tries to, and then black tries to play down the same line as the game, the position is less open and the c6 pawn is a target. In the game, the pawns were off. Knight e5, knight e4, bishop f4, and since the center is now more or less clarified, black thought he could get away with g5. g5, and white seems to be out of his theoretical knowledge, but black may not be.
G5. Wow.
Bishop e3. Obviously, there's only one move white can really play, unless he's seriously considering bishop takes e4, which I wouldn't.
Why would you do that?
Say bishop takes e4. D takes e4, bishop e3, maybe even f6 for black.
Why would you exchange the bishop for the knight? Is it so bad having that knight there on e4?
No, it's not. But the
We'll
white,
leave it for the
white
moment.
bishop is on the white bishop on g2 is not doing an awful lot right now. So
but you're always on time to exchange it off. Although he did go back with the knight to d6 when
this could be considered. It's not as terrible as you might think. You can't go to g4 because it will be trapped with h5.
Yeah.
But this one,
c4 and play this position now.
say black develops with knight d7, you go queen
to
b3,
eyeing the pawn on e6.
eyeing the pawn on e6. You go back, maybe knight cd2,
d2,
or maybe even knight b5 and a4.
Interesting. Of course, knight on e4 is very strong, and if you play f3, then you weaken your position. So exchanging it off, not so bad.
Definitely, if you compare each pair of minor pieces, the only comparison that works in white's favour maybe is the dark square bishops.
So, there's been some more moves here in this game. Bishop f4, g5 was played, bishop e3,
Bishop e3, knight d6,
knight d6, rook
e1,
fe1, knight f5, hitting
f5,
the bishop,
bishop d2,
bishop d2,
f6.
f6, and white has busted up the center with e4.
Okay,
So things are becoming interesting
this
now.
is the place to be then.
This is very interesting, and this is in line with the rook e1 move that white played 2 moves ago. He already thought that this could be happening. So what's going to happen now? Pawn takes knight, looks very good for white. It may not be, but it does look very good.
I think this is what black will play, actually.
And now close with e4, no? I think I'm going to take on e6. And now what to do?
Maybe bishop takes a3 now, and rook e8 and rook takes e6, or doesn't look good. No, we need a good move in this position. Maybe rook takes f5. What happens then? Bishop h3.
Your king is very weak because of the g5 move. Also, pawn takes pawn is very decent.
My idea was bishop h3, and then I close this.
And give the exchange.
Now I like my compensation.
I think this still favours white because I've got development.
It should favour white.
For instance, I can play queen b3 and you can't bring your knight out.
Say queen d7.
You still can't bring your knight out.
To c6.
Haven't I got queen a4 then? Oh, you go back to b7. For instance, now rook c2 or rook c3. Probably rook c1.
If you play rook c1, I take on d4.
Oh, no, sorry, queen a4 first.
Queen a4, bishop b7.
And now rook c1.
Rook c1.
Rook c8.
Yeah, rook
We're
c8.
just in time. So you have 1 pawn for the exchange, 2 pawns for the exchange.
1 pawn.
1 pawn for the exchange.
But the bishop pair and a big centre.
If your king was a bit more safe, for instance, if the g5 pawn was on g7, I'd be a bit more happier.
If
now,
the queens were magicked off the board,
or the queen's off the
would
board,
be better.
that could easily be better.
Yeah.
In this position, it's unclear. I leave it at that.
Yeah.
Unclear. Okay.
Okay, this is a possible way for black to play.
So, in any case, e4.
The idea...
The game is becoming very dynamic and very tricky.
Ideas after knight d4, ed5, fe5, d6.
d6. Okay.
I can only assume that's white's
That
idea.
must be the idea, yes, to capture the rook on a8. Yeah.
And I don't think this line continues. I think if black's taken on d4, he then has to take on d5, but this will be terrible. There'll be a move here which is crushing. For instance, this.
That looks very good.
So that if f takes g5, then queen takes d4.
Correct. And if he takes on the
Takes
knight,
on e5, then bishop e7, and
queen
queen
takes
takes
d4 again. Yeah.
And if
This looks very convincing.
queen takes a3 is met by queen takes d5, check.
Queen g4 check as well.
Yeah.
But Adair must have considered these ideas when he played f takes e5. F6.
He's not played f takes e5, but he may have thought about f6 during his think about knight f5. After knight f5, he kind of seriously thought white was playing anything other than bishop d2.
Yes, because he spent 10 minutes. There's no other moves. So he must have thought that f6, e4 was a possibility.
So this is probably a trend that you think about your critical move on the previous move, so that your opponent is distracted, thinking that you might do other things on that move, rather than on the really important move.
Okay. So we'll come back to this game because this one looks good.
Oh, there have been moves, have they?
They've exchanged knights,
Okay.
but I think we should go on with the rest of the games.
Yep, sure.
And come back here because this game, something
This game
says
we'll revisit this.
that this will be a very interesting. He's taken back with the rook. We'll see this later again. Okay, with our objective to see the first 10 games before our first break, let's go quickly to see Hebden versus McPhillips.
Okay, so both of these players we've commended quite a bit. McPhillips because of his draw with Luke McShane, and then his draw with Jonathan Hawkins. Now, he's been playing very well this tournament, and he would, from his opening choice, it looks like he would like to continue his drawing streak against Grandmasters with a very solid, extremely solid system.
But he has played g4 afterwards, but even that is solid.
No, but that's Hebden.
Oh, sorry, with black, yes.
So I've actually played this same system against Hebden.
With black?
Yeah. That was a long rook ending, which I eventually won, but not before some adventures. And Hebden just got the better structure, so he decided he was taking all the pieces off and going for that. I think that game continued with h3, bishop h5, c takes d5. And now I went bishop takes f3.
Queen takes f3.
Or maybe it was... No, I think there was development first. I think there was knight c3, and now I committed to d7, and that's why Hebden took the pieces off. cd5, and now, for instance, this could have been the continuation. I don't remember my game exactly, but this kind of thing will have been in the minds of both players. McPhillips because he would use my game to prepare for Hebden, and Hebden because he doesn't really play this system very often, I think. I think his normal choice would be knight c3 in the main line. So his choice of e3 would put him in mind of his previous experiences in that.
But now I see he's gone g4, which is different.
So Hebden's gone g4. He's varied from that game, and now
this is more aggressive.
Thrown McPhillips on his own talents rather than his preparation. Obviously, bishop g6 was played fast, but yeah.
d5, e6 played relatively fast.
So McPhillips normally plays Queen's Indian. That's his main defense. Queen's Indian and Nimzo. Which is another thing that makes me think he prepared this especially for Hebden and especially
always
for a
tricky.
draw.
Always tricky. Change your system and go for something that trying to surprise your opponent or get him out of his theory, no?
Yeah.
But sometimes turns back on you.
Sometimes.
We'll see. E6,
so
knight d2.
Mark Hebden is a difficult opponent for McPhillips, actually. McPhillips may have withdrawn from a tournament before to avoid playing Mark Hebden.
Wow.
Yeah.
Withdraw from a tournament?
Yes. Just the little gossip of the English chess scene you're getting now.
He didn't want to play?
No.
Or he couldn't, or because he was going to lose?
He foresaw
or he preferred not to play?
He foresaw that he was being paired against Hebden in the final round, and he left and withdrew.
He preferred not to, because he has bad results against him?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Maybe he was trying to make a specific rating goal at that time, preferred not to play Grandmaster.
Okay. But of course, that means he'd have to wait until the round was finished and more or less
and predict the
see
pairings.
that he's going to play against him.
Yeah.
And then quickly go to the arbiter and say, I withdraw, before he publishes it.
But since then, McPhillips has beaten Hebden.
Mm-hmm.
So
and that would explain that today
the fear factor
he
is
was
gone.
content to sit down in front of his opponent.
Yes. Fear factor is gone, and also you don't withdraw from the British Championships.
No, obviously not.
Unless you're dying.
Obviously not. There's not much to do in Wales anyway, so what are you going to do? You withdraw and you can go and hike around, but not much more to do there, no?
So many groups of players have hiked up the local
Canary Islands, for instance.
So many groups of players have hiked up the local hill. Maybe he could have done too. But he decided...
Maybe he has.
Maybe he has.
We haven't seen pictures yet.
He's decided to play, and he's played a very, very solid system. Bishop d6. As I recall, Is this the place where black plays g5 sometimes?
I remember that Topalov was starting to play these variations some time ago with f4 and g5. And
No, no.
Vallejo also played these
With black.
systems.
With black, he played
with
g5.
white. G5 can be played, but
I think this is one of the first place where you can play g5. Well, obviously because the pawn only landed there just now. But once the pawns are doubled, I think you want to put them on g5 in principle.
would be a good moment. I'm going to check this because we have the benefit of being able to check the previous games. Because this, I'm sure, has been played before. Here we go. Topalov against Caruana in 2016.
Played g5 or just reached the earlier position?
I think the pawn reached g5 in that game. No, black played g5, exactly.
No, black played
To block
bishop d6 first.
Okay,
and then
bishop d6.
after
castle, and then
g5.
g5.
Okay, I don't imagine it makes very much difference. But maybe it's the thing. Maybe you only commit to playing g5 after white short castles, so as to avoid the position being opened by a later h4, for instance. And then
That
maybe
makes
white
sense.
could have gone long.
That makes sense.
So bishop d6, short castling, and black played short castling instead of g5. I think g5 is the move that you really want to play.
So in the game he played bishop d6,
g5
castle.
and now like this.
Well, that's what was played in the game. Because McPhillips just played knight f8.
In the game?
So yeah, castle.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
No,
Maybe I'm following the...
You're following Vallejo.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm following the game from Topalov.
Okay.
Because it also went by the move order knight f3. So
Okay.
we have to go back to the game, which is here. Bishop d2, bishop d6, castle.
Yep.
Black castled.
And then queen b3.
Queen b3, hitting b7. Black played rook b8.
Plays rook b8. So he's playing not for g5, but for e5 in this position. He might play queen e7 and e5.
And e5.
Yeah.
But white played rook e1 first, which seems to me he's going for e4.
Possibly.
Bishop c7. That's a strange one.
Okay.
Is it forced?
It makes sense to me because he's discouraging e4.
Because of the d4 pawn.
If white has to play e4, if white wants to play e4, he'll have to play g5 first, which he really doesn't want to do. If e4, then d takes, or maybe knight takes is more accurate.
You exchange everything and then play knight f6.
Yeah, the wrinkle is that if d takes, then g5.
Well, okay,
But black starts with knight
first.
takes, pawn takes, and rook e4 be met
Knight
by knight
f6,
f6.
and the d4 pawn is a bit weak.
Likewise, obviously, bishop takes e4, knight f6, and white will be forced to give up his bishop pair.
But he'll lose his bishop pair.
Maybe
His king will be weak.
maybe queen d6 first, but in any case, black is happy.
So, Hebden opted to play queen c2, putting another piece towards the e4 square, and maybe with the idea b3, bishop b2.
Yeah, that seems likely, and
But black went for e5 straight away. So he's very active now.
it does also ask black what he's going to play. You know? If black had wanted, he could have waited with rook e8.
But then white might play f4? Would that be correct?
But that he could have done that instead of queen c2.
He could have done it instead of queen c2. That is true. So he was inviting e5 then.
I think black should invite f4 actually, and then after f4
And
he
then
plays
break
c5.
up with c5.
I've definitely seen this idea before.
Well, black has played e5 straight away.
Black played e5 straight away,
And white has played g5, attacking the knight.
so still a reasonable choice. But black must have evaluated the forcing continuation that happened next.
Knight
which is
h5, pawn takes pawn.
pawn takes pawn, and bishop
Pawn
takes
takes pawn,
d5,
bishop takes pawn.
and that's it.
20 minutes. Could he have dropped this pawn?
No, because black can take on g5 with check.
So what's he waiting for?
Well, he might be deciding if to play e takes d4
First.
or maybe he doesn't ever want to take on g5.
Maybe knight b6.
After ed4, white plays, I assume, knight f3, or maybe knight e4. But in any case, defending the g5 pawn.
Okay. So what's the other move?
The line queen takes g6
Ooh.
can't possibly appeal because of things like this, and black gets the center. But maybe black's still having to consider this. I imagine black must be better here.
And knight b6 could be a move as well, instead of pawn takes pawn. So he does have several alternatives in this position.
So knight b6, I imagine bishop g2, and then after ed4,
Knight somewhere,
F3.
knight F3. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes
Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. White's better.
White's better here. Two bishops, very active.
Okay, one of
Knight on h5.
the bishops might go, but White has a development advantage still. Say rook e4, other rook comes to d1, queen comes to b3. So I don't like this option, but Black does have two choices, and queen takes g5 check or e takes d4, and he should have equality in either, in my opinion.
But he's taking a lot of time. Already 21 minutes. I think he should play a bit faster. Probably queen takes g5 check. That's the one I would do.
I don't know, this looks like an important decision.
You regain your pawn, you push the bishop back,
I would
prevent queen takes g6.
I would pick e takes d4, and if knight f3, I might even be considering bishop a5 as another idea. Bishop a5, and then, for instance, rook f1, knight e5.
Because you can't play bishop d2? Because of d takes e3?
Bishop d2, d takes e3, yes, you're right. And then White would have to recapture with the rook, which he really doesn't want to do, and
ugly.
He'll be worse now.
So, actually, McPhillips is taking his time, but it's an important moment.
It's a very important
He's detected a critical moment in the game.
He has a dynamic decision to make, and he should make the right one. And if he does, he may even have better chances.
Or at least he should think about it. And then if he makes the right decision, good. And if not, at least he's thought about it at the appropriate moment. He hasn't played fast.
But also what he's doing is he's calculating. Because he's a calculator. And a very good one.
Casio or?
Yeah. Mitsubishi.
He calculates well.
Yes.
One of his strengths. Okay. So we'll see if Phillips is able to calculate the different lines and come up with the best move. Meanwhile, things are happening on board 9.
And if we're called to make a prediction, I might say McPhillips to win.
That's a bit early.
It's a calculation game, and Hebden has shown his endgame ability, but not so much.
Okay, but it's still a bit early, no, to make that prediction. You'd like McPhillips to win.
I would like him to win.
Okay, so let's check on Aracamia, and let's take a first break.
Oh, we have another game after that, don't we?
Yeah, Aracamia is playing with white. Not many moves here.
Okay.
So we can go a bit quickly.
So Ghazi has played his usual setup. You can just expect him to play d6, g6, bishop g7, knight f6 and castle.
Correct defense.
And remarkably, he didn't castle on move 5. He in fact chose to play a slightly different setup.
But that's okay against the bishop e3, d2 setup. It's trying to demonstrate that when you go bishop h6, you'll lose a tempi because I'm not on a castle.
Yeah.
Okay, so you played long castle, queen a5,
King
b1, knight bd7.
Knight bd7, and White's not seen anything better than bishop h6 anyway. Normally you'd play bishop h6 only after black castles.
Yeah, I can check this. It has been played a lot. g4 is another alternative.
Okay.
And performances are similar. But bishop h6 is the main move nowadays, at least the latest move.
Okay.
But, okay, the media of players is not very high, so it's not really it's not very relevant. Average, yes. Bishop takes, queen takes, and now b4.
b4, he's chosen
b6,
knight b6.
which is also okay.
Also, bishop b7 is played by strong players. So
McNabb has played this, Chang Lui, Axel Bachmann, who's a very good Paraguayan player. So, quite popular. And with mixed results. Although black is doing well in this variation.
Mm-hmm. So black's ruled out his chance of castling short. So he basically must attack now.
Mm-hmm. So now he's threatening maybe b4. And if knight goes to e2, then he can play knight c4 at some point.
I was thinking after knight e2, he played bishop e6.
Oh,
forcing the knight back to c1.
To c1, okay. But that's good. That's decent to have a knight on c1, no? No?
Okay.
It's a bit like the knight on f8 against when you're
against
on short
kingside attack, yeah.
It's not completely bad.
The white's played knight c2 of her own accord.
Voluntarily?
Yeah.
That is possibly a novelty because... Well, no, 6 players have played that move.
Mm-hmm.
But knight h3 is the move that comes out.
Knight c2 by 6 players, including the best one ever to play this position as white.
Let's check here. Nawati Tamir. 1-0 against Colin McNabb.
Mm-hmm.
Scottish player, I think.
Yes.
And a recent game, 2016. But other strong players have played this. For instance, Alexander Digubatse, who actually maybe...
He's Georgian turned Belgian.
Georgian, yeah.
But he's in the Belgian team now.
Mm-hmm. And look, even a classic game, Progaevsky played this already in 1966.
Before ratings even.
Before ratings.
Polagevsky against Gipslis.
Gipslis, famous Gipslis. He invented a defence against the King's Indian attack, the Gipslis variation. Agard suggested in one of his books to defend against the King's Indian attack, the Gipslis variation. Okay, so knight ce2, which is correct then.
Okay.
And we have moves.
No, they've just got to this position. And black has been thinking for
30
half
minutes.
An hour.
Wow, 30 minutes. So he's obviously very surprised by this move. 30 minutes. Although white has spent a lot of flight time on her moves 7, 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So she did take 70 minutes to play bishop h6. Okay, we'll come back to this game obviously at some point. And now let's see game number 10, and we're at 5 o'clock. Good moment to take a small break. What's happening here between Mary and Horton?
So, this game has progressed a long way. White will have noticed his opponent...
The Faulkbeer attack.
His opponent doesn't accept the King's Gambit. I may have seen black accept the King's Gambit now, previously. But he seems to have moved away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got
the Faulkbeer
counter gambit,
attack.
ed5,
counter
ef4.
gambit, ef4. This is Michael Adams' favourite variation against the King's Indian. I've seen him play it a lot.
The knight
sometimes
f6.
with bishop d6 and sometimes with c6.
Yeah. Knight f6. I've played bishop c4 as white. Actually.
And then bishop d6, I think, is the main move.
Yeah. The idea of bishop c4 is, in fact, even to take on d5 sometimes. And after queen d5, you castle, and black faces some problems with his development.
A bit like the Scandinavian, actually.
Yeah.
It's an improved Scandinavian because you have the open file.
Yeah. So you line up on the e file, and black can't necessarily castle easily.
Okay, so bishop b5 checks, c6. This looks like a gambit. Take, knight c3.
Bishop d6.
Okay, so he protects the pawn on f4. Queen e2 check, queen e7, b3. Bit strange, but okay. Playable.
No, it makes sense.
What's the b3? To play bishop b2 and long castle.
He wants to play bishop takes c6 eventually. And b3 fits with that structure.
So it gets out of the way of the rook. Okay.
He's giving black another chance, obviously, to play bishop d7. But maybe he thinks black won't play bishop d7. For whatever reason. Maybe bishop d7 is met by queen e7. And then if bishop takes, then possibly something like this. Possibly he had this in mind.
Okay.
When white takes on c6 anyway, and he's also attacking
on
f4.
f4. Yeah, this could be good. So b3 is an interesting move because it allows for bishop b2, but there are other ideas in mind. Black played bishop e6.
Now this I'm not sure about. As black, I would have played queen takes e2.
Yeah, get the queens off the board.
Yeah.
No?
And then if knight takes e2, then sure, white will attack the f4 pawn eventually, but he's played b3, which disagrees with that a bit. So maybe in this position, black plays bishop f5, for instance. No,
but it does have knight d4.
Bishop f5 is met by knight d4, that's right.
Maybe just bishop d7.
Maybe castling.
Or castling.
And if white wanted to get a knight to c4...
But for instance, if bishop takes knight and d3, for instance, knight d5.
Knight d5. And if c4, knight e3.
Knight e3 and...
Even if white picks up a pawn somewhere...
He has the dark Swiss bishop. Yeah. He'll be okay.
But white's also now not really able to get a knight to c4 because the position's too opened in the centre. There'll be rook e8, bishop a6, other rook to d8, things like that.
So, b3, bishop e6.
Bishop e6.
Carry on, bishop b2, castle.
So white
take, and
white
long
gets
castle
his structure, but obviously black can't be worse. Black playing logical moves.
2 bishops, he must be more or less okay. Rook f e8, d1, h6, knight d4, bishop d7.
Okay.
Queen d1, queen f8, exchange of rooks, and queen f1.
Queen f1. That's interesting.
What's he trying to do with queen f1? Put the queen on a6.
It looks like queen a6
Or
on queen c4. And it was played very quickly because obviously it was part of the previous move. It was rook e8, queen f1.
It's Karpov Spassky.
And if you suspect your opponent is doing this, if he's about to blitz out a series of logical moves and then play his real thing that he's been thinking about, you can consider putting him off. Just play something different.
But then he played rook e1 probably, no?
Then he plays rook e1, say queen c8. And you're threatening bishop g4.
Yeah, but h3 obviously, and then maybe queen f3.
h3, maybe knight d5. It's just another way to play.
Yeah. So, interesting game on board 10.
The rook e8, queen f1, you have to prefer black actually, don't you? Because this queen c4 stuff looks a bit slow.
It's still complex, no?
Say knight e4.
Black has the two bishops, which is very strong in this position, but his pawn structure is a bit weak.
But in the centre though, we're playing in the centre, we're playing knight e4, and if knight takes, rook takes, then your queen a6 is irrelevant due to some mate threats. Now I think black's played actually more sensibly, maybe more sensibly than my suggestion. He has to play in the centre, obviously. If he tries to defend the queen side, he'll end up worse.
Oh, queen e4 looks good. Very active. Take. Maybe he doesn't have to take, but the queen on e4 is very well placed.
The knight.
The knight, sorry. Maybe he can play queen f3, but...
Maybe queen f3, and then I play f5.
f5.
Yeah, if I had to back someone here, I'd back black as well.
That knight on e4 is very good.
Unless white's playing some immediate queen a6, and this works for tactical reasons, but still I don't think so. Maybe c5 or something is good.
He might be able to play... No, I was thinking queen d3, but that's there's knight f2 against that. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
so
interesting games.
Reasonably... Actually, no. Both of these players are juniors.
Mary and Horton.
Mary and Horton. So Horton, this Horton, don't know when the other Horton is born, but this Horton is born in 1998. Apparently.
Okay, so he's 19 years old.
19 years old. He's 1 year younger than his opponent.
Okay.
Maybe 2.
Mary is 20.
Yes.
So some promising juniors coming out. Well,
from this game, it looks like Horton's holding his own easily. Maybe even better.
Maybe even better.
So maybe he's another IM to join the crowd.
Soon there will be many title players in England. Looks like.
With any luck.
Of course, you can see that.
Obviously, they're playing well.
Playing very well.
Especially black.
So, we've done about 1.5 hours. I think it's a good moment to take a small break. And when we come back, we'll go into the second part of this broadcast. And we'll try and pick up the action on the first boards. But also, we'll keep checking, scanning the other games to see if any games are becoming more exciting. And as always, thanking you all for your attendance to this live broadcast. And you can leave your questions and reflections in the chat. And we'll do our best to check them and come and see the games that you propose. See you in a few minutes.
A bit.
Good afternoon again, and welcome back to the live commentary of the 7th round of the British. I'm here with Daniel Fernandez, International Master, and we're going to carry on analysing the games, going back now to the main games, but I think we were considering checking out the game of Williams and Trent, the chat favourites, as we say, the Chess24 favourites, or should we leave that for a little while?
We can leave that for a while, because Williams has an ending that looks like going nowhere.
Okay, we can look at that a bit further.
But the Hebden McPhillips tactics.
Okay, let's go back to Hebden McPhillips, and then we'll probably have to go to the top boards and see how things are going. And as always, feel free to leave your questions and reflections in the chat, and we'll be checking them every few minutes. And if you see any game which is interesting, tell us the names of the players, and we'll try and bring it up immediately. Okay. So they went for your queen takes g6 idea.
No, there was e takes d4, which I predicted. But
you predicted?
queen takes g5 was probably fine as well. E takes d4, knight f3, and I thought bishop a5 in this position. I thought bishop a5 looked like a good option, and only then knight e5. But okay, he played knight e5 immediately.
Knight takes, bishop takes,
And
he takes
he
d4.
takes d4.
And I'm thinking that for some reason he can't take the bishop because of pawn takes bishop, but why didn't he take on d4? What's happening there? Queen takes g6, but then queen takes d5, no?
No, the point of e takes d4 is to discover protection on g5.
Okay.
So now white goes back and
just plays this ending with the two bishops.
With the two bishops.
But we established that this was in principle okay for white, possibly even better. With queen b3, rook a d1, bishop d2, but probably still playable. Well, I'm a bit worried about the knight on h5. It's a bit stranded out of the game.
So when black chose knight e5 in this position, instead of...
Well, bishop a5 was the...
For instance, bishop a5, but maybe also d3, I think?
Maybe.
No, d3 might not be.
Okay,
bishop
so we
a5,
play knight e5.
Bishop a5 or rook c8 even. Looks like an option.
Okay, but did he blunder? Did he blunder bishop f4 then?
When he played knight e5, he made a decision to play bishop f4.
Okay.
Bishop f4, and he will be regaining the g5 pawn because of a double attack on d5 and g5.
Okay.
So this was his calculation.
Okay, so queen takes g6 is probably forced.
Maybe he was thinking of other options here as well, because he spent 7 minutes recapturing the knight.
Okay.
So queen d5, maybe he thought it was an option.
Maybe queen d5 and...
Queen d5, queen c7, rook c8, and he will regain a piece. But maybe he didn't see...
It's tricky. There's some intermediate moves, and he could easily blunder a piece here as well. So he went bishop takes e5, he takes d4,
bishop f4, and white's gone queen takes g6. So you didn't see this every day.
And as you can see, the queen can't be captured because of the pin. And what will happen if black takes the bishop on d5? Then he will capture the knight on h5.
Yes.
And now he has to capture...
On d4,
presumably. Or d4, or bishop takes f4. Sorry, or bishop takes c1.
Well, in that case, he would still take on d4 the following move, I guess.
Okay, so he would take on d1. And now white can capture on f4 or play rook d1 first, but it doesn't seem to be much different.
It's not terribly relevant. Bishop
there.
f4, queen f4.
So an extra pawn for white, but black is active and his king is a bit weak. So what do you
White's
think?
king is not looking healthy right now, but white should be trying to get the queens off, queen g4 for instance. And black doesn't have active rooks. White has one active rook. So in that sense, black's compensation may not be so great. So after queen d2, white plays rook e2.
And starts to consolidate. What about the rook ending after queen takes g4? Okay, so it's white playing for a win.
White's playing for a win.
And it's not certain, obviously, but good chances for a win, no?
Very good chances.
Okay.
I don't think there's any other move other than queen takes d5 that he could be thinking about, but he's thinking for 5 minutes. Oh, he's thinking bishop c1.
Okay. But of course, that opens up many possibilities.
So now queen takes h5. Because if rook takes c1, then black wins a piece with knight f4.
Ah, that's the intermediate move. Okay. So queen takes h5 will be forced.
So queen h5 is forced. White has a threat of g6, actually, which sets up a mate on h7.
So, for instance, bishop takes b2, g6 could be winning.
Yes.
Because the queen protects the bishop and threatens mate.
And also bishop's moved away from the possibility of a defensive idea.
But he could play queen takes g5 check instead of bishop takes b2, no?
Yes. So
that's probably the move he's going to do.
This could be what he's going to do, and he might have thought when he was playing 1895 that this offered decent drawing chances, and thus he was happy with it. So play could continue rook fd8, bishop f6, and b6, and black is very solid.
Yeah, he should get a draw here.
Should get a draw.
It's not certain.
It's not certain at all. We've seen Mark Hepburn endings already.
How could white play for a win here? Rook a d1?
I might start with rook a d1 or just move the bishop back first and see what black's next move is.
You don't want to keep attacking the b7 pawn?
Well, you'll have to stop attacking one eventually after rook fd8.
That's why I was going to play rook a d1, because to see which rook you put on... You can't put the b rook on d8 now. You'd have to put the f rook on here.
I think black's still playing the f rook to d8 in any case.
So for instance, rook fd8.
Rook fd8.
Rook a d1.
but after rook f8, maybe rook e4.
Ah,
Maybe we economize on rook d1 and we play rook a e1. Unless
Okay,
black
but-
plays bishop f6,
but bishop
in which
f6.
case it's forced.
it's forced. Let's say rook c8.
Rook c8.
And how to win this move? King g2.
Maybe we start with king g2.
So do we have a plan to win this game? An actual plan? Or we just
We just play and hope.
play
don't we?
around and hope black makes
We-
some other mistake?
We just improve the position. That's all we can do in ending. You can't say, oh, this is a draw or it's a win. You just have to improve your
You have to
position.
improve it. Well, the pawn could go to d5 at
Play
some
king
point.
g2, maybe think about this.
H4,
maybe
H5.
rook d2, maybe king f3. Pawn could go to d5. It also could not. You just have to play.
Would we exchange a rook here for white? Would it be a good idea?
Well, the rule is
Not the two rooks,
the
but
rule is that you always exchange one pair of rooks in a winning position.
one pair of rooks. But
Whenever,
that is to eliminate counterplay.
whenever you see a classic game in a book, and here black came up with the plan of exchanging one pair of rooks. Never both pairs. It's never no pairs. One pair.
Friends, remember that. Rule of thumb by Daniel here. One pair of rooks.
Yes.
One pair of rooks. When you have the advantage.
When you have the advantage.
And why do we do that? Because that way our opponent can't counterattack us with the two rooks. And that's always tricky.
Yeah.
And if you're in a weaker position, try and keep the two rooks on. That gives better drawing chances normally.
Of course, the other famous rule is that every rule has an exception.
Of course.
Like Alan Murray yesterday.
Yep.
His counterplay came when he exchanged one pair of rooks in all the lines. Well, anyway, enough on Hebden McPhillips. The tactics are dying down a bit. And black may have to struggle a little bit for a draw, but should still be fine.
Okay, let's go.
If we go back to the top.
Let's preview the Gormley McShane game. And, well, nothing has happened hardly here.
Absolutely nothing has happened. Both players are playing very safely.
Oh, no, sorry. I had an early position on the board. I thought nothing had happened. Literally. I had moved on at 8 on the board. So.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go through the moves since we
So we
left it. We left it here. Bishop
Rook
e6, rook e1, h6, queen
H6.
f3, castle, knight e3, queen d7. White opens up the game with d4. Seems
Well,
okay.
in a manner of speaking, ed4, cd4,
cd4,
d5.
d5.
It now just looks like a Petrov, doesn't it, really?
Okay. Here, black had the option of exchanging on b3. What do you think? Would that be a good idea, doubling pawns? But,
Okay,
but losing control of f5? That could be a problem.
Okay, my first instinct is that he wanted to play d5 in any case. If he plays bishop b3 and then d5, then this could be an issue. If he has to put the knight on e4, it's potentially trappable in lines like this.
Do you think so? He always has knight g5, no?
He can play knight g5, but he'll be worse. But white will play f4 and f5. Maybe white can set up the trap a bit better. Maybe h4.
Oh,
maybe
interesting.
Maybe queen f5. I
Queen
don't
f5.
know.
Okay. Okay.
Or maybe knight f5 actually.
So the
Knight f5 with a cheap tactical threat of queen
and
g4.
knight a6. So the two double pawns are not really a liability here.
No.
Okay, so he preferred to play bishop e6. D5, leaving his bishop enclosed. That is not without risk.
Leaving the bishop on the board, even though it's a bad bishop, because he was worried about the f5 or g4 squares. In fact, after e5, I suspect his idea was knight g4, which is not possible with a pair of bishops off.
Okay, exchanging a couple of pieces and trying to maybe later on f6 at some point.
Yeah, maybe f6. Well, if white
Bishop b6 as well.
If white dodges the trade, then he's losing so much time, and black can play even c5.
You can't really put a knight on c2 here. That would decoordinate your pieces.
Or even to f1. Black's still playing c5 or something like that.
And if he might not exchange. He might play h3, for instance. That would be normal.
H3,
Knight takes, bishop takes.
bishop e3, and maybe f6 or f5.
And black is okay.
Black's fine. Bishop f5 comes to mind as well.
Do you think he's better?
Black? No.
I think I like his bishop after bishop f5 to control the c2, the bishop on b3.
As a Petrov player,
I would
be happy playing for a win as black here, but
I don't think he's better.
Yet.
But this is the type of player where McShane could eventually outplay Gormley. But the game is probably still equal. Okay,
so Gormley chose e takes d5, risk-free strategy, really. So that both sides have one weak pawn in the centre, the ram, if you want to call it
the
that
ram,
again.
exactly.
Now bishop c2 with the idea of knight f5 or bishop f5 depending on circumstances.
Black played rooks in the centre, bishop d2.
This tactically stops knight f5 because of the weak back rank. Black can simply take it off.
Exactly, so bishop d2 protects, and now rook a d8, protecting the d5 pawn.
And now white decided not to play knight f5 anyway, which is maybe a slight surprise. Knight f5, maybe there was a concrete reason like this.
Yeah, that is tricky, because now your knight is unprotected.
Okay.
So, bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
Seems okay.
Queen c6. Black's probably keeping the idea of knight e4
At some
on the
point,
table.
knight e4. So, rook a c1.
Rook a c1.
Okay, so now the rook is lined up against the queen.
This move may have had the idea of stopping knight e4.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, and I think d5.
d5 straight away.
I think d5 was the idea, and then something like this.
Queen g4 threatening some mates and stuff, no? And the bishop on c7 is falling, yeah.
That may have been the idea.
That seems okay.
And if ef3, then dc6, bc6, gf3, I guess.
Where's an extra pawn? Well,
No,
it's
it's
not
no
really.
extra pawn.
It's not an extra pawn. Well, this doesn't look so great then. Black with the two bishops can't be really worse here. He can also pick up the pawn on a2.
Okay, in that particular case, white plays rook a1.
Okay, one. This is
Bishop
a draw.
d5.
No, go to e6.
Knight d5.
And then bishop b6, and it's a draw. Bishop b6 is a draw.
Yeah, it's equal.
It's totally.
It's not a draw, but it's equal.
I'm telling you, this game will end in a draw, Daniel.
Well, I told you that at the start.
Someone even said 12 moves. Well, it's more than 12 moves,
No.
but
Well, the top board has a bad reputation in this tournament.
solid, and probably a draw. So, after rook a c1, black has played queen d6. Now, that sets up a very dangerous threat. Gormali has to be careful now. g3?
Maybe queen g3. This would be a good place for a move repetition. Queen g3, queen c6, queen f3.
Nah, he won't go back to c6. Well, maybe he will, because he attacks the queen.
He's gone to
So
the
it's a
effort of
subtle draw offer now.
He's gone to the effort of playing queen c6 already. He would probably choose the square again.
And then we would see if white is playing risky, because then queen c6, he could play queen h4.
He could, but he wouldn't, would he?
Ah, that's what we don't know. What's Gormali going to do? Is he going to repeat moves? Okay, we'll have to wait.
Yeah, we have to wait. It's not the most thrilling position.
But this is clearly a moment where he could sort of offer a draw by playing queen g3.
Yeah.
Whereas if he plays g3, he wants the game to go on.
If he plays g3, he either thinks he's worse and that a draw would be wasting his time, or he wants the game to go on.
Well, if he thinks he's worse, he would play queen g3 then to get a draw.
If he's sure McShane will play, say, queen a6.
Okay, yeah.
Some other
Okay,
move instead.
okay.
Not queen a6, but queen b6.
Mm-hmm. Oh, queen a6 is not so bad. Oh, because the bishop
Because
is
of the
falling.
bishop, yeah.
Okay.
Then he would play g3, but maybe after g3, knight e4 and black is actually better.
Okay, so let's go down to the game between Hawkins and Ems, which is also a very important game. And things have changed a bit here.
Hawkins and Ems. Okay. So this now looks a bit like the Nick Peter Wells encounter with the doubled g-pawns for black and the bishop pair for white.
Two bishops against two knights. Interesting.
It's interesting also because this started out as an opening where black's arranging his pawns on the dark squares, and now he might be wanting to arrange them on the light squares. So he has to quickly change his focus. Bishop b2, queen b8, bishop h3. So bishop h3,
That is to...
just to get a new diagonal for the bishop. He doesn't want to swap the bishops.
Well, as far as I know, when white plays bishop h3 in the Queen's Indian, I played the Queen's Indian many years.
He wants to move
It's
a knight.
to
and
play
play
knight
f3,
h4 and prevent the exchange of bishops. But you can only do that with the pawn on e2. And because if not, well,
because the knight's hanging.
Exactly. So it's a standard maneuver.
Yeah. And okay, c6 might be encouraging white to play knight h4 quickly because if he doesn't do so now, then black might play bishop f5, in fact. Say rook d1, bishop f5, and white has accomplished nothing. He can double black's pawns, but this is in fact not something he wants to do because of
d5. You put all the pawns on white. What you were saying before. Enough flexibility to change the colour of the pawns depending on the bishop that white has.
So here, despite this being a Nimzo Indian with bishop takes c3, black plays d5.
It's more Stonewall now, actually.
More Stonewall. But normally when you play d5 in the Nimzo Indian, you have your dark square bishop and it's on e7.
f3, knight takes g6. Now I was thinking maybe a4 here.
Maybe a4 here.
That's very Stonewall with white, to get the bishop on a3 and
that's completely
start
logical.
working the black squares. But also bishop c1, f4 would be interesting.
Maybe he's a bit worried about black's counterplay with rook f8, with rook e8 anyway, and e5.
And e5.
That would explain rook fe1 because, for instance,
Then he's going to go e4.
This
d5
would be nice
Yeah,
for
that's
white.
very good. Now that bishop h3 is wonderful. So rook fe1 and Ems plays b5 on the queen
Then plays
side.
b5 because he needs counterplay. If he has no counterplay, the bishops will win.
So e4.
e4, and the position opens up very slightly with an exchange of two pairs of pawns. I think black must be happy with this swap because he has his counterplay now. He has the c4 square. He's
The
obviously
knight, that'll be
threatening
very
knight,
good.
obviously threatening knight a4.
So
It doesn't actually win a piece. So, for instance, after knight a4 here,
white has just played bishop c1.
so after knight a4 here, there was queen c2. Maybe this was another option black could have considered. Knight a4, queen c2.
If he takes,
doesn't
rook
actually
b1,
win
no?
a piece, but he exchanges a piece. This looks actually like something black should have seriously thought about.
Maybe there was...
Maybe there was something else. Maybe queen c6 is playable. I doubt it, but maybe that.
knight
Maybe there was
takes
a piece sacrifice line.
and pawn takes pawn. Oh,
Pawn
it's,
takes pawn.
it's dangerous because the knight will be pinned afterwards. This is extremely dangerous. Look at those pawns.
So say queen a7, ef7, king h7. White has four pawns.
Queen c3 after that.
Queen c3, knight a4.
Knight e4. Well, maybe not queen c3. Maybe... Very tricky. Very tricky.
Yeah, this would be why he rejected knight a4.
Probably. Well, I need to calculate that variation, no? Okay, so he played c takes d.
And now white played bishop c1.
Bishop c1.
So black can take off another pair of pawns if he wants here, but that would weaken his centre too much, probably. He'll be looking at moves like knight c4 or queen b7.
Rook c8 maybe.
c8.
Queen b7. But of course, if white plays rook b1, maybe the queen's not on the best square. Maybe queen a7?
Yeah, maybe queen b7, rook b1, in fact, is exploiting
But
that
maybe
weak
we can
move.
put the queen on a7. Or first rook c8.
First rook c8.
That looks
Makes
the normal
sense.
move.
And if queen d3, then queen b7 is fine.
b7.
And if rook b1, then queen a6.
That's okay. Although, careful. I can exchange queens and bishop f1.
Knight c4.
Okay. Well, I think if he gets his knight to c4 with the rook on c8, black must be more or less okay.
Yeah. White's having to play for a slow attack with the centre closed. And say f4, g4, and h5 much later.
It's not going to be easy.
No.
And that double pawn will come in useful then.
I would actually back black here.
Yeah, black might be better. Black might be better.
Black has to be more careful in the short term, but he might be better in the long term.
Of course, if the bishop gets to f4, rook on c1, rook on b1,
White has this plan as well, and it's probably involving putting
bishop
this bishop here,
f1,
and the other bishop here, and the rooks to say...
b1, c1, and holding this position. That's not simple, not easy.
No.
Queen can fall back to e1 at some point.
But obviously the queen on a7 counteracts this, because at the right moment black can open the centre with d takes e4.
Okay, so Hawkins M's still very complex. We have to say that Hawkins has 42 minutes and there's 20 moves left, and M's has 23 minutes. So a bit of time total for M's, not too serious at the moment.
No.
But there's still 20 moves to be done, and it's a difficult position. So this could be a factor in a few moves.
It could be.
Especially if he's under 10 minutes and there's still 50 moves to play, this will be a factor.
Hawkins does have better time management. It's definitely a well-observed fact. John Ems is with the class of English grandmasters that do get time pressure, like Peter Wells,
old school masters.
Colin McNabb, yeah.
Because you have to remember that these players used to play
with a German.
Myself, 2 hours, 40 moves, then a break, 1 hour for 20 moves more, then a break, adjournment, and carrying on in the evening or next day.
Mm-hmm.
So the typical situation is, without increment obviously because they're old clocks, the typical situation was to play 25 moves, 28 moves, thinking quite a lot. Then there was a time scramble, but you knew when you got to move 40, you could stop and you had an hour. So there was a bit of tension for those 10 moves, but then you were down again to low heart rate and time to think, even to go to the toilet, to have a smoke if you like that. And you had 1 hour for the end game. And you could even adjourn. Of course, many of these players, accustomed to that type of rhythm, now with the increment and sometimes no time control, then it's 20 moves and the rest of the game maybe 3 hours at 30 seconds per move, or 2 hours and 30 seconds per move. And that's tough to play.
Very tough
For the older generation.
Okay, so we've had rook c8, and presumably White will play
Queen
d3.
D3 probably.
I would say.
No?
So there's no tempo on it with a knight. But we should look on.
Yeah. I was considering having a view of the different games. For instance, the game between Huska. Well, we should check Howell against Eggleston, because that's an important game.
Okay. It's also very Howell at the moment. Slightly better structural ending.
2-4-6, 3-2. Very good knight on e4.
And this actually reminds me of how he played against Eggleston last year's British Championship. Very similar manner. He went for an ending quickly, tried to get a better structure, and won a very long rook ending.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to put his rook on c2, maybe g4 at some point.
So,
or is he going to go for rook d2 and try and win the knight ending, which could be possible as well.
Rook d2 actually looks very possible right now.
The thing is,
after rook
if he
d2,
exchanges, what are you going to capture with, the king or the knight?
Black will play rook b8. It's not
But
relevant.
I might be able to exchange, actually.
As black?
Yeah. See, if you take with the king, I do have knight h4.
Okay.
Although there's a check on d6. Could become tricky. You could capture with the knight here anyway.
I don't like this. Knight h4, knight d6. White's going for the a7 pawn, in fact.
Ah.
If king e7, knight c8 check, and that must be winning already.
Yeah, you get the a7 pawn. The c4 pawn would fall anyway.
If king f6, then maybe we try and play a4 first.
a4, knight takes g2. Let's continue this variation. a5.
Yeah, say a5.
Black must play a6 here.
Black should play a6, and now...
Check and knight c5?
Yeah, check and knight c5.
Well, this is still tricky, though, because the king is centralized now.
The king can try and stop the pawn himself. So like this.
Exactly. Knight b4, king b5, a6, king b6,
c3.
king c3. It's a very long variation, which might mean it's a very wrong variation, but it gives us an idea. But he could just have easily captured with the knight on d2.
He could have, yeah.
And that's it.
And then he must be better, but it's not clear by how much. So knight e3. Actually, this is a trick. Knight e3, and if g3, then c3.
Ah.
Yeah, and then
knight c2 and knight
then
d3.
black's not in so much of a...
Probably is a draw. Might even be better than black here.
Okay, so for tactical reasons, black may be able to do this, but it's very risky because he allows white the passed pawn on the queen side. But I think black should play rook b8.
Yeah, he'll keep the rooks on the board. b2
Then,
is a weakness, and it can be attacked.
in order for white to do anything real, he has to play his king to c1,
That takes time. And
Takes time, and maybe black can establish his knight on d5 in the meantime.
Mm-hmm. So white is slightly better, but it's going to be a grind to win this.
White
It's
is
not going to be easy.
Much better, but only for structural reasons.
Okay, so let's
The rook,
check the
rook
game.
ending is going to be likely winning for white, but with the knights on is more difficult.
Mm-hmm. So Huska, Gawain, Jones. Very interesting position.
Okay. So Huska's gone for quite a big attack then. After knight a3, we had bishop a6 and rook e1, which we said was a sensible move, was played, and black decided not e6 but e5,
Mm-hmm.
trying to get his favourite King's Indian type structures where black is playing for f5, f4 and g5. d5, knight e7, b4. So Gawain Jones has given Jovanka quite a lot of space. If white gets in b5 and c4 and knight c2 and a4, then black's counterplay must deliver mate, basically.
Yeah. But of course, he must have considered that that's the type of position where he can probably outplay his opponent, because the queen's attack is good but slow, and he's going for the king.
Yeah. So he decided to play queen d7 to draw white's rook away from the a file first in the event of an eventual queenside attack. So rook b1, knight h5, and now we begin the race. f3. Now black chose knight takes g3. I wonder how much thought he gave to something like h6. h6, obviously trying to play g5. White takes it, and then you play f4.
Mm-hmm. It's a different type of pawn sacrifice. So I take on g7.
Take on g7, king takes g7.
Probably g4 here.
Probably g4, knight f6, and then black tries to play with this type of idea.
It's another type of pawn sacrifice, but
No, in the game it wasn't a pawn sacrifice.
I think he has sacrificed a pawn actually. 2, 4, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6. He has sacrificed a pawn at some point. Maybe later.
Okay. Obviously,
I'm not convinced by that h8. I understand what you're trying to do, but something tells me it's white will hold quite a long time.
okay. Normally, if you wanted to play h6, you play king h8, knight g8, and then h6.
Exactly.
I'm thinking it can be done immediately, and he should also have considered f4, obviously.
The thing is, even if you play h6, I might not capture. And when you go g5, I can go ef5. And that could be tricky because of the g4.
But your bishop should be gone from e3 if you want to do that.
Ah, okay.
So you have to play maybe bishop f2.
Bishop f2, for instance, which could be a move.
And also after g5, ef5, I can take on d5.
Mm-hmm.
Say with the knight.
Yeah, that is good.
You have to do something about f5 eventually,
that
and then
looks very good.
the f4 square is...
I need the pawn on c4 as well. It's too many moves.
Yeah.
Okay, so he played knight takes g3.
Knight g3, knight g3, f4.
f4.
So he does get f4 in this way, but his dark square bishop is neither opened nor exchanged. So his next move, g5, is an attempt to open it, really. He's trying to play...
That's a sacrifice.
That's a sacrifice.
He's going knight g6,
So
f4.
for knight g6 to f4, maybe bishop f6 to h4.
So white really has to capture the pawn. He has no... He can't really say no because...
She.
Sorry.
The queen takes g5.
Have to be careful with my genders here, no?
Yes.
Although you all know I might make a mistake if I say he or she. It's not a gender thing. It's just because I see he to everyone.
Sometimes in Spanish you would say las blancas.
Las blancas.
And that would be...
Or blanco, el blanco, but not because of gender.
Not because of gender of the player, just because they're pieces.
The pieces.
Yeah.
You say las blancas or el blanco.
Yeah.
So white is, or the white players or the white pieces are doing. It's the same sort of thing. Same thing with el negro.
Yeah.
Black is playing. Or las negras.
Yes. But las negras...
But you don't say that depending if the player is a woman or a man.
Yes.
It's indifferent.
Yeah,
You're talking about the pieces.
Well, yes.
El negro is black, whereas las negras is the black pieces, which are black, las negras, las piezas negras. And you avoid saying piezas.
What would be the masculine noun associated with el negro or el blanco.
El jugador blanco.
El jugador. Okay.
The player.
So the jugador,
The player.
regardless of
The player.
his or her gender.
Exactly.
Yeah. Interesting digression.
Interesting. And we haven't started talking Chinese. That will be funny. Okay.
Okay, so we have rook f6 from black. He chose to put the rook on g6 instead of the knight. Now,
And double rooks at the same time. Do you think there's enough compensation here?
as someone who's reasonably familiar with how Gawain Jones thinks, I would not be surprised at all if his idea had been to play rook takes g3.
Oh. And then get to the bishop to f4 at some point. But how does he get there?
So, for instance, rook takes g3,
Knight
king
G6.
takes g3, knight g6.
Queen f7, f8, bishop
He's trying
h6,
to
something like
play
that.
this.
Or that way. That's the other way. Yesterday he sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns. Now he sacrificed a pawn.
He's not actually sacrificed the exchange in this way. He's played rook f8.
But now he's gone rook f6 afterwards.
Rook f8,
So-
well, what did white play? Rook f8, knight c4. So white didn't really have a choice. White had no choice but to allow the
Knight c4, rook
takes
f6.
g3 sack if black wanted.
But he hasn't. He's gone rook f6. But he's preparing it.
Maybe. Maybe he's thinking of rook takes g3 and then knight g6 to f4 and then rook g6 will be more convenient to execute after that.
And what other ideas does he have here? Could he play bishop c8 and rook h6 as well?
Ah,
He has a very strong attack here.
he has quite a strong attack,
and
but
careful, the queen could be trapped. He might be going for a trap to trap the queen at some point as well.
okay, with bishop c8, move the queen and then rook h6, because otherwise white has the g4 square. I think white's idea with playing knight c4 was not to just put it on a nice square. She wanted to play knight
Knight
e3
e3,
to g4.
knight g4. Well, she must play knight e3 now. She has to get the knight over there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Unless she's considering bishop h4, but that would be bad because she's rook h6, no?
Bishop h4, rook h6.
No, this can't be good. This can't be good. No, no.
Now the exchange sacrifice will be better even after. Oh, but
No,
there's
rook g6.
no, rook g6.
No, the
queen
knight is
to-
hanging.
Mm.
This doesn't seem...
No, but here the exchange sacrifice will be better.
But
So
there
definitely,
could easily enough be a good move against queen g5. This seems very loose.
it is very suspicious.
I'd have to-
Maybe knight g6 is good,
straight away.
or rook f4.
rook f4.
In fact, rook f4 looks like it.
Well, rook f4, queen takes e7.
Ah, okay.
No, but knight g6 first.
Yes, knight g6.
This looks very loose.
Knight g6 to f4, and then white has to give up the bishop for a knight even, not even a
Then
rook.
have to sacrifice.
Okay, so white is probably playing knight e3.
Which hasn't been played yet. But I don't... What other moves does she get? Knight e3.
Maybe she can try and defend with rooks. Maybe rook h1, rook bg1 or something really contrived like that. Or maybe try and bring the bishop in front with h4, bishop h3 to g4. So h4 would force black's hand quickly.
No, if he plays knight e3, I'm really wondering if that queen is going to be trapped in the end
Okay, I'm not seeing how.
by h6 and rook
and
g5,
rook g5. Okay,
and then knight g6.
but after h6, white might be in time with rook g4 with knight g4.
Just in time, but yeah, now he gets there.
I think Gawain might have made a mistake in not doing the sacrifice earlier, or in any case, at any rate, if he's not playing rook takes g3 now.
But now the knight's near.
Now the
to
knight's
protect.
near, and the
not so
king can
strong
run
now.
to, for instance. This is the idea. Rook h6 now.
Ah, of course. And we
You
trap
may
the
as well
queen.
quit chess now.
And we trap the
Rook
queen.
h6, queen g5,
Nice,
and
nice.
rook g6.
Nice. My friends, you have to tell us these moves in the chat. But that means they're not using the computer today either.
Yeah.
So after so many days of calculating without computer, they're coming to our side.
Okay, so that's the idea of rook f6. Gawain Jones
Now
has not
we
made
see
a
it.
mistake. I have.
Now we see it. Now we see it. He wants to sacrifice and then win the... That's why she's not playing queen e3 in 93. She's thinking how to solve this problem.
Yeah.
So how to do it.
She can try h4. h4 is not stupid. Rook takes g3, king takes g3, rook h6, and now bishop h3.
Ooh, that's really difficult to see.
So if queen h3, then
that is
this, and white will survive.
But that is really tough. You've seen it, but it's really tough variation to see.
It looks fine. And if queen goes somewhere else, then bishop e6 check, and the queen will be saved.
Very difficult to see this variation. So why can't you just play queen f7 straight away? Oh, because the king's there, obviously. We need to get the bishop to the diagonal. And there's no other move there? You're taking away the only square for your queen? Can't I trap you somehow?
I think the best you can do now is to take the piece.
Look, I'm going to do rook h6.
You're playing rook h6.
And I'm going to push you away.
And queen g4.
Rook g6.
Queen's on.
Oh, sorry. Not for long. Queen d8.
Queen
now
d8.
Prepare
and
against
now you're
my bishop c8. And rook g6. You're busted here. You are busted, my friend. I know you'll find some move, but bishop c8 is really strong, and rook g6 is also very strong. What to do against those two moves? No, I thought you were going to play queen g5 and queen d2. But then,
okay, that makes sense.
But then when your queen is far away, I'm going to sacrifice something. Rook g6.
Rook g6, queen d2, and
now it must come through. Take, and now let me think here. Another rook sacrifice? Or is that too aggressive? Knight g6. Let's put the knight on f4, queen e7,
g6.
and goodbye as well. You're busted here as well.
No, you're not. Bishop h3.
You're busted here, queen e7. h8.
Queen g5, bishop f6. I can take on h6.
Ooh. You're full of tricks. Your defense is up to point today, Daniel.
On point.
On point. Go back for a few moves. You will not survive this position. All right. Whose turn is it now? Let me check my previous move.
Okay,
no,
after queen g5.
No, rook g6 must be the move, for sure.
Okay.
Queen d2.
But also knight g6, right? Queen d2.
Okay, if that doesn't work. Now just give me a second here.
Ah, okay. I see. So bishop takes f5 now, maybe. Bishop takes d5,
d5.
sorry.
But you... Oh, knight f5. Ah, nice.
Then bishop h3, knight takes h4. Is this too much to ask for? No, it doesn't work, does it?
Ooh.
White can take the queen, and it's not mate.
It's not mate.
Okay.
But I don't think I need bishop takes d5.
So instead,
although it's nice.
Instead, rook takes g3 and queen e7. Probably.
But now I can play queen takes h6.
Ah.
And all things happening here. You might still win with bishop takes and bishop f4. But...
no, now white should win.
This is unclear. No. No suggestions in the chat.
Okay, but we have moves played. White didn't play h4.
He played bishop h4 with similar ideas, and Gawain quickly played rook h6. Okay, so the queen must go back.
Queen will go to g5.
Then
this is another thing that we saw.
Then we'll play rook g6 here.
Now rook g6, queen e7.
Then queen e7. Okay. So
this
now we were thinking knight g6 was the move we were considering.
We were thinking of. No, actually, if knight g6, maybe white can take this. Yeah?
Ah.
Maybe.
But queen for two rooks here. The attack will...
Maybe the bishop is trapped as well.
Well, if the bishop is trapped, game over. And if it's not trapped, we play knight f4 and bishop c8, which also looks very good.
Okay, so after knight g6, white should go back, really.
Okay.
And then knight f4, and then that's good.
Knight f4. Now we're threatening rook g6. Gawain's winning here.
Gawain will win this then.
Gawain will win. Gawain's going to win this game, my friends.
Instead of knight g6, there may also be bishop takes d5, but it's not necessary. It takes d5.
Martin Mins suggests bishop c8 at some point, which is a move that
Well, it's
could
a
easily be
move in every position.
in every
isn't it?
position. And Wally Witless says that he doesn't think Huska will stop this, though in real life, 4.
Board 4.
Board 4.
Yeah. Which I agree with,
Huska is
actually.
under a strong attack, says Kustaf Chatterjee, which I think we all agree with.
Yes.
And I personally, and I think Daniel's in agreement, we don't think she's going to survive this attack.
I don't think she'll survive.
So this could be, although it's not specifically a King's Indian, it could be a good position to add to a file of King's Indian typical attacking positions.
Yes.
Sacrificing a pawn, getting control of the dark squares, and shutting the G2 bishop and these exchange sacrifices that come about, no?
So especially this move G5.
Very interesting.
And maybe this defense H4 for white.
But
This one is...
I do think that the computer will probably refute this H4.
Hmm.
That's my sensation. But at least the idea of getting the bishop out is interesting.
Yeah. Well, you have to do something with that bishop.
Maybe Black could play bishop c8 here and prevent,
Maybe that's a
Bishop
good point for
H3.
bishop c8.
and then keep trying attacking, but without allowing. Yeah, this actually looks quite good. There might be bishop takes e5, but I don't think so. Or maybe that's the best try. No.
Okay, maybe white plays on here.
Rook g1.
So if black plays that line, then we play a queen sacrifice and use the g file ourselves.
Interesting. Queen d8.
Queen d8, king
King h3.
3, for instance.
Yeah, this
Now
could
we
be,
try and king
with-
f2 probably.
No, with 2 rooks and
2 rooks.
better minor piece, you can hold here.
Yeah. Because the g7 bishop is
a
quite
bad piece.
terrible unless it's delivering mate.
Okay, so I think Williams has won. So
Okay.
if you think it's a good idea, we could pop down and see how he has defeated Godot, Valentin Godot, possibly French, although I'm not completely sure. And now he has 4.5 points, so he's coming up from behind.
Okay.
So this bishop ending that we thought was probably drawn.
So he played
Let's see
rook,
how he
rook
did,
h1 to
how he
keep the
did it
rooks
to
on.
win, and to prevent the king coming towards the centre.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
White has to try something. White can try rook c5. Or white can try rook h1 like he did in the game, but what he can't do is he can't play rook c8,
Yeah,
bishop c8, because either black plays b6,
And this is a draw.
that would be a draw, or white plays b6, but black is
Brings
on
the king
time to
over
get
and-
to d6 and prevent white's invasion, and this is also a draw.
So king
So
h1,
rook h1,
rook h1, bishop
bishop
d7.
d7. By the way, when you keep saying king for rook, it's
It's
because in
it's because of
Spanish,
it's because of the letters.
the letter. So in
It's rey.
Spanish, reino. Rey.
And rey is at the R. Maybe we could put the figurines.
Yeah.
Click on options there, up the top. I think
This
it's the red one. No, the other one next to it. No.
Okay, it's not important.
Okay, well we can check it later on. But that's the reason, because I'm looking at rey h1 would be
Would be
king to h1.
king h1.
Okay, so rook to h1, bishop d7, rook to c1, rook e8. So he
black-
does propose.
black
The other guy wants to exchange.
Black wants
rook,
to swap.
and
Eventually,
now he
white
goes
tries
to
rook
rook
c5.
c5. Okay.
So the obvious question:
Why not
is
b6 now? Oh, because he's
B6,
losing a
rook
pawn.
d5.
He's losing a pawn.
Actually take first and
He has
then
to
rook
protect
d5.
first. First he has to protect bishop b6. And now before black plays b6, he gets in b6 himself.
Okay. The obvious question then is what happens in this position.
Mm-hmm.
So king f6, and what's white's winning plan?
c6, no?
I would say king e3. I want to play king e3.
But let's try 6 here just in case.
c6.
Yeah.
Take,
b6.
take,
a6.
back.
Wait. a7. You never know.
Bishop a6.
But now I need something, and I don't have it. So this didn't work out. Okay, let's go back. This is a tricky one because there might be, of course, b6 you're going to go.
b6 I'll take.
You'll take.
And then you probably want to take with c pawn to threaten a6.
But then you go king e5, no? It's not
If
such
I
a
go king
threat.
e5, you queen.
a6. No, but you can play bishop c6 first. Or bishop c8. Bishop c6.
Instead of king e5.
Yeah.
So this is probably what you should be trying. And then...
King c3.
No, bishop c8 actually, because if bishop c6, then this wins a piece.
Okay, so bishop c8 is forced.
Bishop c8 would be forced.
Bishop c3. King e5. Maybe f4 instead of king c3, but well.
No, but you play king e3, king e5,
And then
f4.
Pawn takes, king
this
d4.
kind of position. And
This
the question is
looks
whether it's
good.
winning. It looks winning.
Looks very good. We could try and force some sort of zugzwang here, no? With the bishop on b3. Pawn, yeah. We can triangulate the bishop to b3. There you go. And now, what does black do to hold? f6, bishop b3.
Okay, and black just has no moves.
He'll have to play king e6 at some point, but then we can go king c5.
Yeah.
This is probably lost.
Yeah, it's winning. Okay,
And
so rook c5.
if he keeps his bishop on e6, then we'll break through with a6 somehow.
So rook c5, black can't take. Black played bishop e6, and now white plays b6 himself. ab6, ab6, king f8. I don't know. King f8, king c3. Black must have been able to get his rook out somehow. Maybe he has to do it like this. After king e7, king b4. King d6, bishop b5, rook a8. Maybe he has to play that.
Now.
The move he played, bishop d7, if the pawn ending is lost, and Williams, I guess, calculated that it was, then the move is lost.
This is forced. And one of the rules of liquidation on the chessboard, very good book by Joel Benjamin on that subject. Have you got it? That
No.
book? Very good book. He analyzes using chapters of minor pieces, rook endings.
Mm-hmm.
Every chapter is a type of ending. But instead of teaching typical endings with each chapter, he focuses on the last exchange.
Okay.
The liquidation on the chessboard. And the rule, the main rule is, you can never go into a pawn ending unless you're certain of the outcome of the pawn ending, which can be calculated to a win, a draw, or a loss. Whereas piece endings, normally it's small advantage or disadvantage. And this could be calculated.
This could be calculated. Black has to play king c8 because against, for instance, h5, there is c6 check. King c8, now g4 fixes the kingside pawns, so white will have waiting moves and black doesn't. For instance,
this could have been calculated.
King d7, king d4, king c6, f3, f6, g3.
Okay, so
And the d5
our
pawn
friend
falls.
Valentin Godot would have to do a bit of work on his pawn endings.
Looks that way.
In the future, because this doesn't seem tremendously complicated unless he was very low on time. He did have 20 minutes though. Obviously, he thought it was a draw because if not, he
No,
wouldn't have
maybe
made
this was before the time control, but he spent 7 minutes on bishop d7 when playing it.
He did have alternatives.
Maybe he had to play rook a8.
Then rook c7,
Rook c7, rook a1.
rook a1.
You just have to take
Try
that
and
chance.
hold. Doesn't look very nice, this position, but he might be able to draw. There's a few checks from behind now.
If we say rook b7, then rook b1 check. King a5, rook a1 check.
He has to block with the bishop, but this could become tricky.
Also, how is white getting out? White's playing rook a7, is he, and then b7? Because if rook c7, then...
You can't go to
There's no
c5
next
because
move.
of bishop d7.
And rook b8 is also not permitted. And that's to say nothing of the fact that black can actually play bishop f5 and try and go to
And then
c2
threaten
himself
bishop
now.
to 2. Yep, so I have to think that Godot thought that the pawn hanging was a draw.
Yeah.
But you have to calculate it very precisely.
Maybe he thought that white couldn't go king b5. White had to go king c3 to d4 immediately. And in this case, it could be holdable. Like
With
this.
h3.
In fact, black might even win now. Okay, but this was a nice ending win by Simon Williams from a position that wasn't immediately obvious how he should continue. He played rook c5 and then improved his position behind that and played b6.
A good performance in endings here.
Yeah.
Very well played. And instructive as well. Okay. So
we have a draw between Yang Fan and Conor Murphy.
Yep.
This is interesting because...
With many pieces on the board still. This was the position when he was trying to block with the knight on d3. But we said that black was more or less okay in this position.
We thought black was more or less okay after bishop e4. We thought f5, but Conor Murphy has decided to just sit still and wait for white's plan. Turned out that white was playing h4. Maybe white could have started with g4. Because after h4, h5, the pawns were now fixed on the light colour squares.
He tried g4 anyway.
He tried g4 anyway, but black was not budging. Black played queen d8.
Attacking the
Good
h4
defensive
pawn.
move.
And now after g4,
Now after
g5,
G5,
everything is blocked.
It's not clear who has the better structure anymore. Whereas before, white did, because white was playing knight b2 to d3, and his bishop was better than the f8 bishop.
But now there are no ruptures, no breakthroughs.
No.
And black still has the plan of a5, a4 at some point. So this is probably equal.
So white didn't have a kingside attack, really. Maybe black could have considered taking the queens off, queen c6, if black was trying to win. But black's content with a draw, so he does nothing. Or he ties down the enemy king.
No, black's better now.
But the knight on f5 doesn't do anything else.
But the knight that's the square for the knight.
But also after a4 and knight d3, there's no breakthrough for black either.
But if he does a4 and puts all the pressure on the b3 pawn... But of course, white doesn't have to move his knight. He can keep it on b2 and you can't play a4.
Yeah, white could actually keep the knight on a4 as well. Then there's definitely no breakthrough.
This looks like a draw.
So maybe white realised this and he put his knight back to a4.
This is just a draw.
And after some moves, neither side had a breakthrough. And draw was agreed. So
solid play by Murphy.
So disappointing for Yang Fan, but you know, when opponent makes good moves, it doesn't matter what their rating is.
Was Yang Fan floating up?
No.
No. So Conor Murphy, with this result, he's on his way to an IM norm, I think.
We commented on this before because he played an unrated
player, Stephen Rush.
So his real performance is not 2-3-1-5, but it could be 2-4 something easily.
And that's 2450 is the performance of IM.
Yeah.
So he's on his way. He's already played with enough sufficient title players.
Yeah.
Two GMs, one IM and two FMs. So, yeah, and convincing play with black against, in principle, a very strong player.
Yeah. And he's now finished above 50% despite being in the lower half of the field.
Okay. Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Conor Murphy? Young player as well?
Yes.
Oh, he was from
Cambridge.
19... 1 year less than his
No, he was 99. He was born in 99. Yang Fan is 94.
Okay.
The game with the 1 year difference is Mary Horton.
Okay. Right. So now we are going to check the game. Let me see here.
Maybe Arakami.
Let me find an interesting game for you, Daniel. Ooh, Arakamiya looks like a very interesting game now. Yes, against Ghazi. Things are heating up here. And both players with little time.
Okay, so after much thought, black played bishop e6 in this position. Bishop e6. Okay, we have a comment, don't we? Nice finish to Palace again. We've not seen Palace at this round.
Where's the comment here? Nice finish to Palace again.
Okay, so we can look at Palliser.
Well, let's look at this one first, and then we'll go rush because the game's over.
Yeah.
Palace has defeated. Okay, he was in a lower board today. Well, we'll see it afterwards.
Yeah. So we have knight c1 from white, defending the queen side without making any weaknesses.
Knight c4.
Knight c4. Now just developing move knight e2. white is looking to play knight f4, I suppose.
Attacking the bishop, yes.
Yeah, so knight f4, and then that will loosen up black's kingside structure. Maybe leave the knight on f4 rather than taking on e6. Maybe play g4, g5, because there's no h5 square for the knight.
So bishop d7.
So bishop d7 may have been
anticipates knight f4.
May have been anticipating knight f4 and preparing to meet it with e5.
e5 at some point, yeah, or maybe directly. But is there queen g7 there?
Queen g7, king e7, my favourite move on the
chessboard. That's nice. Just in time as well.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so
Although
e5 is interesting.
This is very suspicious, of course.
There's a pawn takes pawn and something's happening in the centre there. Knight b3,
say knight
pawn
b3,
takes pawn.
queen c7, or queen b6.
If you want to combinate, you need the queen on b6, not on c7. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. But I can't see anything direct.
Maybe this. Is this crazy?
Ah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Black can take this knight. And the best white can do is this. But okay, that's an ending. If black took this knight, then I was looking at this continuation with some attack.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous.
Or maybe not queen f7, but e6 check. In fact, that's
e6
much better.
is even stronger.
Yeah. To stay on the rook on h8. No, but after e takes f4, white has nothing better than this. So,
but the queen could be on c7 instead of b6.
No, but if the queen's on c7, then we play differently. We play
pawn takes.
Maybe bishop c4 and then
knight c5.
Knight c5, and then if ef4, e5.
e5. Very complicated variations, but they look good.
Yeah. In principle, this looks promising for white. After knight f4, but I can't think what black's idea was to meet knight f4 if not e5 in this position. Maybe it was knight d2.
It's a very long
that
line.
Makes no sense.
It's a very long line, and maybe he didn't consider king e7 against queen g7.
Okay, but after e5, your safe option is to take on e5 and play against the c5 square. For instance, a5, you put this knight there.
This looks okay.
You're threatening b3, and the e5 pawn is weak, and you still have the idea of queen g7 later.
This is okay. Something's... It's as if black has misplayed the opening at some point. But which move is bad for him? Not bishop d7. It already looks a bit suspicious.
Yeah, it looks suspicious before this. But maybe instead of bishop d7, you can play d5, just to close the center.
But then you lose the control of the c5 square directly. I can play knight b3 and even knight c5. I've got the other knight to come to c1 if necessary. I don't like the position. No. It looks good for black with the knight on c4, but my queen side is defended. There's the looming threat of queen g7 at any moment. And I've got knight f4, I've got e5, lots of threats.
Yeah.
Okay, let's carry on with the game.
Bishop d7, knight b3 was played instead of knight f4. And
queen
this
c7
kind of gives black a target. So after knight f4, now black can ignore the immediate ideas and play a5.
a5 and a4, yeah. So he played knight c3.
Knight b6, bishop d3.
d3, b4.
But now black has targets. I'm not so fond of this. White's played knight c3 to e2 to c1, and then put the other knight to c3. If c3 was such a bad place for a knight to be, why is there another knight there now?
Black could have gone a5 here.
Knight c3 to me makes very little sense. The knight should go to f4 or maybe to g3.
g3, not sure. f4, probably e5.
Which could still be met by d takes and then d takes knight d3 and you go to c5.
Okay. Yeah, knight c3 is a bit strange, but...
Knight c3 is strange.
But now it's tactics, because black has played b4, e5.
Okay.
Take and take. And there's been more moves. Because after take,
we have ef6, rook h1.
Black has played take, rook e1, bishop e6. What's happening here?
Well, white's considering bishop takes g6.
Wally Witless is saying that the Huska queen with an unfortunate accent, which seems to indicate that she's lost her queen in one of the variations we saw before.
I know what he's thinking. He's thinking of queen g7. If rook f8 is forced, then rook takes e6 wins.
And the queen is on breeze.
Of the pin. Mm-hmm. But black can play long castling.
Long castling. Okay, let's take the pawn on f6. Or should we take the pawn on c3 first? No, the pawn on f6 is okay.
Pawn on f6 and
knight a4, knight
this
d5.
stays complicated. I like black now. No, white's played the other tactical move that I pointed out.
There's knight a4 as well, instead of knight d5.
White's played the other move that we pointed out, which is bishop takes g6.
Ooh, nice.
So one pawn is overloaded and the other is pinned.
Nice.
Black will have to play something like king somewhere really. D7.
Well, king e7, we saw what happened yesterday in Luke Machine against.
Yeah, king e7 I would not recommend.
Probably
not
probably,
to be tried at home.
Probably long castle, no?
King e7, maybe even rook takes e6 is winning.
Rook e6, if he takes with the pawn, we have a check. That's winning. And if he takes with the king
rook e1 and this. Or
disaster.
We could look at king d5, but there's only so many hours in the day.
I don't normally.
This is also mate in 2, which doesn't help.
Bishop d3. Well, mate on a5. When the king crosses the fourth rank, I stop looking. And if I don't mate, it's bad luck. You can't calculate everything, no?
No.
There's only enough time in the day. That's a good one. I have to remember that one.
Bishop g6, so probably long castling.
Long castling. He has to get his king out.
King d7, I mean, you could play it if you wanted, but still rook takes e6 looks good. No, it doesn't. Rook e6, hg6 now. So after king d7, maybe
still have queen g7 there.
And now if you take on f7, then king can run.
But king e7.
Rook e7.
There's knight a5 there. Not going to run very long. Very far away. Ah, nice.
If queen d8 was forced, then I agree.
Yeah, it looks like the attack's finished there.
Okay, so maybe king d7, but most likely long castling. In fact, long castling has been played.
That's the move, yeah. And now what to do? So in principle, move our bishop away, no? So it's 2, 4, 6, 7, 3, 6, 7. Equal material. Both kings are more or less weak.
So white will probably have to play bishop h5.
Bishop h5 to go to g4. Yeah.
Just to keep trying to harass this construction.
And so black will play here knight d5
knight
or
a4.
knight a4. Knight a4. And now what to do?
Well, if bishop d3, then knight a4 is really problematic. But here,
queen takes f6.
Here maybe
b takes c3.
cb2 maybe. Also,
now
knight,
there's
also
a threat.
knight b2.
There's a threat on c3.
Okay, specifically here we have this move, I think. No, it's knight c3 check.
Check and check.
Yeah.
No, we have to defend. Rook d3 or rook e3?
Or d5.
Or d5.
Okay, but let's say rook d3.
This is a very tricky position.
You
I
still
think anything
prefer
could
white.
happen here.
You still prefer white a bit, but she's played bishop e4 instead of bishop h5.
Yeah, I prefer white, but it's very tricky.
It will just favour whoever can calculate better, I suppose. Maybe the idea of bishop e4 is to play in the line that we looked at, d5.
Could be.
Could be.
Also just centralise
But
it.
it may not work. And otherwise, I'm not sure why she would allow f5 to be played with gain of tempo. Because now f5 can be played and there's no more queen takes f6. So slight feeling bishop e4 may not be the most accurate in the position. But if we move on to another game, because...
I don't suppose she's threatening d5, bishop takes c6 and d5 at some point, no?
No, I don't
Doesn't
think
look
so.
like it. And knight d4, no, that doesn't look like it.
If we move on, for instance, to Hawkins M's, which we've not seen in a while. Those two players have now reached an ending. Jonathan Hawkins a pawn up, as he was against Keith Arkle. But this ending looks a lot more drawish. In fact, I would say after queen c4, rook c4, rook b1 check, a draw is easily the most likely result.
Okay, let's play this out. Let's go to f2. And now let's think a bit. Shall we give the h2 pawn?
I may take the a3 pawn if you give me a choice.
So what to do? Put our king on h3. I could go king e1. And if you take, go rook a4.
Okay, now we get a real race, don't we? I'm not sure black should be worried.
I think I play king e2 here.
I'm not sure black should be worried by this. Say king f8.
Yeah, the pawn structure's broken. King's going to d6 quickly.
Yeah. The king can stop the d pawn and the rook can deal with the a pawn from the side.
This probably isn't the way to go if white wants to win.
But you can go to h3.
Well, we could continue looking at this rook ending, but the thing is, there hasn't been an exchange of queens.
Okay, black has decided not to play the rook ending.
Queen e4.
Played queen e4.
And black is threatening rook b2.
Vague attacking ideas like rook b2, queen e3 check.
But he's played queen c3 very fast. Now I'm thinking a4.
Mm-hmm. And then rook e1.
Rook e1, and now maybe queen d5.
Or rook b1. Rook b1 seems
okay
okay
rook
as well.
b1.
Rook b1, and then we have a queen ending. Say this. Queen c5, and black gives checks.
Here, well, this is going to be perpetual.
Or he gives checks straight away, in fact.
Queen a2. But I was thinking, if you go king f3 and sack the pawn on a2, on h2, and try and do something with your...
Okay, specifically here, king f3, maybe I play queen
oh,
b3.
yeah, queen b3. No,
then you have to play queen e3.
Okay. This...
But okay, if we follow that,
no,
queen
but
h2.
I can't play d5, that's a problem.
Yeah. Okay, we've had a move. We've had queen c3 and now queen d5 instead of a4.
The idea is similar.
The idea is to offer repetition and to play rook b3. It looks to me like quite a good move.
Queen c5. Back to e4.
If you play d5 or anything, always rook b2.
This might be a move repetition.
White can maybe play rook c2, but you need to have
rook b1.
Rook b1 to h1. Not going to end well.
Or queen h1. No, you can't do that. That'll be a disaster. Okay, so John Ems playing a very serious game and seems like holding...
Seems like he should draw.
Holding to a draw. Okay, so let's check...
Okay, so Gawain Jones has won, if we see the final moves of that.
Yeah, against Huska. Let's take it from when he played...
Knight g6, we saw that, right?
Rook f6. Yeah, okay, knight g6 up to here.
And
she decided to go back to f2.
And after knight f4, I assume...
Knight f2 and knight f4.
I assume her original intention was h4.
h4, but then rook g6, queen f5.
h4, she will have seen this rook to g6, but not the other rook to g6. Rook switch back to g6, and now this traps the rook.
This might be possible.
Because otherwise there's nothing she could be thinking about for 1.5 minutes under time pressure.
Well, queen g4.
Yeah, well, that's the move she played. But it's the only other move that defends well, right? There's queen g3, but then you get pinned, or skewered, or kebabbed as the word is.
Sorry?
Or kebabbed as the word is. Queen.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what you say in English?
It's a verb to kebab.
To kebab?
Yeah.
It's to skewer something.
It's to skewer. It just sounds better.
Because of the meat on the skewer.
Okay,
that's the reason.
Technically, yes. Technically, there's a difference. With a kebab, the first piece has to be moved. It's either a king or a queen. With a skewer, the idea is, say, rook a4 attacks a pawn on d4 and d4. That's a skewer, not a kebab. But if the front piece had to move,
yeah,
that's a kebab.
A skewer is when you check from behind and you catch something on the other side. The most typical skewer is in the rook ending, rook on a8, pawn on a7. You play rook h8, rook takes a7, check, and you skewer the king. And that would be called?
We could call that a kebab as well.
A kebab.
Yeah.
But I still don't get it, because when I eat a kebab,
when you eat a kebab,
they give it to me in exactly
in a pita bread. Yeah,
it's in a pita bread with some vegetables and the meat.
Yeah,
but the meat is on this thing that goes round.
The meat started on a skewer, usually on a doner stand, but sometimes cooked on a smaller skewer.
No. In Spain, normally it's on one of those.
Yeah,
it's a big piece of meat. And that is not a skewer. Well, it's a sort of skewer, but okay. So,
but when you have
you get skewered in England, you could easily get kebabbed.
Yes.
Okay. So, not only do you know in chess here.
So Queen G4. Obviously, Black has lots of choices now. He can even play this if he wants to, which should be winning. He chose Queen E8 with the idea of Bishop C8 and to win the H3 pawn.
I am about to be kebabbed.
So further skewering occurred. If rook fg6, queen f5, then there was bishop c8. So I tried knight f5, but she's now losing the queen, and it was winning.
Yeah. Well, this is a model attack by Jones.
Yeah.
Very well played.
Very well played.
Pawn sacrifice.
The pawn sacrifice is the bit I didn't see, because if I had to pick an idea in this position, I'd go for h6.
Yeah. But
But
once you've seen it...
Clearly he plays this with the idea
with
of
the idea
g5,
exactly.
which is really good.
Exactly. Of course, let's imagine he doesn't have g5 here. What other moves? He has other good moves in this position. He could play king g8 with the idea knight.
Yeah, he has a better
g8
position.
and bishop
He can
h6.
play this as well.
So this has already been misplayed by Joanna, because her knight on c4 on even when it gets c4 it's too slow. So we would have to look before and see where she misplayed the opening.
Yeah, or maybe she should still be playing knight c4 now, regardless of the idea of f4.
But it just looks that Black has got his attack going much better than White.
I'm not sure. How do you continue here?
I try and get f4 in anyway,
F4,
and if
not
not,
f takes
and
e4.
if not king. No, I think I'd go for f4 here, if it works.
Yeah. Well, you don't get that information on the screen during the game, do you?
No, and it's not clear that it works now. Maybe I have to prepare it. Maybe the h6 idea, or maybe king h8 and knight g8. But then at least the a pawn gets rolling. A4.
Well, the a pawn is irrelevant.
But something White has to do. Are you going to go for f4 here?
Maybe we bolster the center a bit first, and we think about playing f4.
Let's say knight g8.
So if you play knight g8, I am playing f4.
Okay.
Without delay.
Exploiting my uncoordinated pieces here. Probably that's the way to go.
Something like this, maybe.
Okay.
Okay, so well played by Gawain then.
So Gawain recovers a bit, is now on 5.5, so still in the fight. We should pop back to Gormali Machine quickly.
Okay, because they've now reached a slightly interesting ending. But it should still be a draw. Okay, so we picked this up last.
It's a draw.
Queen d6.
They just agreed to draw. So let's see how it
White
finished.
played g3. queen d7 was played, and white chose knight f5 in the end. So black, like any good Petrov player, took it off and just sat with the d5, d4 ram structure.
And so, although white has the bishop pair, the bishop on c3 is basically...
The bishop on c3 must defend d4. White may have had some idea that he could try and win this position, but it's very vague. So, for instance, bishop a4.
Let's say that the black sacrifices a pawn with knight e4. No, that wouldn't be a good idea. Forget. Knight b6. Bishop b5. a6. Why not? Bishop d3. Now let's reroute the knight somewhere active. The thing is, what is your plan here? You can't put your king on h4 because I just check you.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do here to try and win this position?
Well, if you just play no moves, I'll show you.
But tell me your plan so I can play against it.
b3.
b3?
a4.
a4, a5?
b3, a4, and then maybe think about b5 eventually. But not f5. F5 closes the king's side, and black's g6 pawn was still weak. Precisely here, black can play knight a4 and draw with no effort. So maybe we have to start a bit slower.
Okay, shall I go knight b8? Knight c6. If you exchange the bishop for the knight, you're gonna win?
I'll try.
No, I don't think so. No. Play bishop c7 here. Bishop b6. Okay. Now g5. No, I'm risking here. But it could be okay.
No, that's definitely
Could
a big
be okay.
risk.
Could be okay. I like risking, especially as I'm not playing. So now e5. Pawn takes. Playing for a win here. Vamos. Get a6 in, and I might even win this endgame. Come on, let's show the viewers. a5. Take.
Ah, take.
No, I was going to take the bishop on d4.
Ah, okay.
And now a6. It's a funny structure, but I can play king g6 afterwards. I don't think I'm in danger of losing, but who knows?
No, I don't think so either.
Well, it's tricky because king e5, king g6, king f4, but I go c5.
You go c5, and that's winning, probably.
Now maybe it's a draw because you play king e5, king takes g5, d4.
No, king e5, d4.
King e4 and b4. Still a draw, no?
Ah, okay.
Still a draw, but it's tricky.
But interesting.
Very interesting. Let's see how the...
So they played f5, gf5, bishop f8. So this is already enough of a draw.
Pawn takes pawn
e6.
and draw. So, very solid game.
Very solid.
You said it would probably end in a draw, and you've been right all along. But, okay, at least Gormley tried something with g3. He's tried to play.
Maybe.
He hasn't risked anything.
No.
But he's tried to play.
Yeah, he just got the position of the bishop pair, and it turned out there was nothing in the ending, so he agreed to
A
nothing.
very professional approach against a stronger player. He's tried. The other guy is defending well. Draw. At no moment he's been in risk. At least
maybe you could say after g3, black had the choice to try something with knight e4.
Yeah.
I think black could have done this. Obviously, there are tactics to look at, such as this. But in general, if you can play knight e4 and win the bishop pair, you should.
Because if he takes, then you recapture on a2.
Then, okay,
you get back the pawn on a2, no?
You take on a2, queen b7, bishop b6. I don't imagine.
Yeah, this looks...
Black's in any trouble here.
Okay.
He should be better.
I'm not sure he's better. Queen is active. Extra pawn. Not sure. Not totally sure he's better. But, okay. It can't be worse. Because he's
so the d4 pawn is...
Or he's going to get the pawn back, or there's going to be exchange. Okay. So, Pert against Wells. It's looking good.
Okay.
Let's jump to that board. Pert against Wells.
Okay, this is the game we thought would be a solid draw.
Yeah, but things are heating up here. Let's go back a few moves, maybe not to where we left it, but maybe a bit.
Okay, so
let's go, for instance, to 1984, around the middle game.
So Nick Pert decided to keep the bishop on for a few more moves until he could open the h-file by taking it off. So this still looks solid for black, but solid in the kind of way that Howell had against McShane yesterday, and that came unstuck.
Again, the rook on the fourth rank.
Rook on the fourth rank.
Attacking and defending. The queen comes in.
Yeah.
So now black is under a bit of pressure.
So this idea is probably worth remembering, actually. If you are threatened with the bishop exchange, you make it so that you open the h-file, and then you may try and play along the
rook
fourth
h4,
rank.
f4.
And he also stopped the minority attack by playing an a4. Okay,
yeah, I don't like g5, but if he did it, it's because he probably didn't have many alternatives. Because rook f3 is a threat, no?
I'm not sure. What happens if nothing happens? If black plays nothing? So rook f3, rook f8. Is bishop h7 really an idea? I do not think so. Actually, rook a b8 could be important. If black plays another non-move, how do I think of one?
b6. Well, I don't know why I wouldn't want to play b6, but
b6 is also not a non-move. a5 maybe.
Let's say a5.
Let's say a5.
But a5 is a weakening move. You've got bishop b5 as well. So.
Okay, but we just follow the variation, or do we have a null move maybe?
There is a way of entering a null move, exactly.
Yeah. So,
but we should explain that to the viewers.
In the case of black doing nothing,
a null move is when we've done no move, but we've passed over the turn to the opponent.
Yeah,
it's a way of saying this is my threat.
Yeah,
and that's chess-based allows for this function. And it's a very good function.
It's a really good function. So rook f3, maybe the idea was bishop h7, and now this variation.
Yep.
And I think with the
was
checks,
he forced to exchange rooks? Yes, because if not, okay.
And I think now with the checks, white is forcing a skewer or kebab.
He has been kebabbed here.
I think there may be king c5 actually.
Okay.
Okay, but this is what I thought the threat was: rook f3 and bishop h7.
If king c5, he can go queen d6, b4, d4, but the
king hides on c2.
c2.
Okay, so I might not be right. Maybe g5 wasn't called for and there wasn't a threat. Maybe g5 was actually...
g5 does weaken a bit his position.
G5 was maybe ambitious, actually. Maybe he was trying to play queen g7 and hit this pawn.
But...
So that's what he did.
But his king is worse.
He tried to play for a double attack with e5 and b2 both under attack.
But now queen e2
to defend it with queen e2, so maybe he missed this.
Maybe he missed queen e2.
Certainly now he's just down a pawn. He tries to play this, but he's down a pawn.
Yeah. No, he missed queen e2.
Yeah.
Probably he missed it when he played g5.
Otherwise, if he hadn't missed queen e2, he'd have played something other than queen g7 here. No, now he has no choice because two pawns are under attack. So at this moment, he missed white's 29th, queen e2.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's a pawn down, and he's now under attack as well.
This looks
very
difficult.
He played in a game queen d8.
But the game has progressed.
He should be finished, really.
The game has progressed quite a lot. Bishop a4.
Bishop a4, queen d8.
Queen d8. And the move is rook f3. That threatens to take on d7 and take on f7. Yep.
And rook a8.
Rook a8.
Queen d7, queen d7.
7 exchanges. Another pawn has fallen down.
And
there's been a check. There's been an intermediate check on a1. And this is essentially game over, no?
Yeah, this looks finished.
So, Pert, good game.
Yep.
Good game. I like the maneuver rook h4, f4. And what's happened to Wells there? Miscalculation after g5 in a difficult position.
His position was difficult from when he played
Low on
this
time.
idea.
Low on time, under pressure.
So maybe his whole idea of playing knight d7 and bishop h4 takes g3 with loss of time wasn't great.
To do that, he should have just played bishop d6 in the opening, and that's it.
No, he played bishop d6 and then bishop g5.
So maybe h6 instead of bishop d6, or there's no time for that?
No, I think this is fine, and then you just leave the bishop on h4.
Just leave it there.
You can play g5 now, actually. This may be a better way of doing it. And after bishop g3, you can do something other than bishop takes g3. You can even play king e7.
I'm thinking that maybe that's not the style of play of Peter Wells.
You could be right.
Not the type of position that he'd be...
Yeah.
I'm not saying familiar with, because he's a grandmaster, but the type of position he'd like to play. He might not feel too comfortable in that position.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not necessary to play that. He has other... he's played a very solid move, and now he goes g5 and king e7. It's a bit inconsistent.
Maybe.
I don't think bishop e7 is bad at all. Just go back and...
No, it's probably not bad in itself.
Maybe he shouldn't force bishop h4.
Yeah, but forcing the bishops off may have been a mistake. Maybe he should be playing with short castling.
Rook c8.
Knight e8. Knight e8 should be the method.
d6. Of course, knight f3, it's a game, but maybe like white is slightly better here anyway, because you can castle, knight f3, maybe knight e5 at some point.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Daniel.
So, well played by Nicholas Pert.
let's take a short break.
Yes.
It's nearly 7 o'clock, and then come back and see how the game's finished. Or should we carry on a bit and see some of the time troubles? Let's have a look if there's any time trouble.
Okay, so we have...
Hawkins Ems, they're still fighting in that ending. Howell is manoeuvring against Eggleston.
We have a strange input error, actually, don't we, in Hawkins M's?
By the way, Hebden has defeated McPhillips.
Hebden has defeated McPhillips, so maybe next time McPhillips won't show up.
Sorry?
Maybe next time McPhillips won't show up again. You
Ooh,
can withdraw instead
ouch.
of playing. Withdraw instead of playing Mark Hebden.
Ooh.
So how did that happen again?
Um,
So black decided not to take on d4 even. Black didn't take on d4, and now white is 2 pawns up.
oh.
Queen d6. This was the idea. Queen g3, but now he can't take on d4 either.
You have to see the Palliser game as well.
And if he
I
plays
mustn't
queen
forget.
c6, then bishop f4, and white consolidates. So he went into a pawn down ending, but this version, same colour bishops.
Slightly worse for him.
With same colour bishops, you should be worried. With opposite colour bishops, maybe not so.
And this is a pure rook ending.
Pure rook ending, which we've already seen
With
Mark Hebden is
with a clear extra pawn.
able to play. Here, Mark keeps both pairs of rooks on, because if he exchanges, he has no way to stop black cleaning up on the 7th rank. And he plays against the enemy 7th rank, which is the correct strategy.
Yep.
Like so.
He should have taken on d4, but
against
what,
either
what,
rook
what would
d3 or
happen
rook
now?
d4, still rook g2. Maybe.
No, against rook takes d4, no?
Against rook takes d4, I think still rook g2.
No, because I exchange and I give you a check and capture on b2.
I expect this to still be winning, actually. But maybe he has better.
Since when? This is not a win?
Is it not?
Really?
No, I thought this is winning.
I wouldn't think so.
Okay. We'll look for something else.
You've got extra pawn. But I put my king on h7, keep my rook behind.
Okay, maybe.
And when you get the king in front of the pawn, I'll have time to come and catch your pawn.
So maybe White should play this in a more circumspect way. He has 2 pawns now.
Exactly. I mean, maybe it is winning, but there's no point.
There's no need. He can play rook a3, rook af3, advance the queenside pawns when he feels like it.
Yeah. Or rook.
No, let's do that. Let's play rook a3.
Rook a3.
Just to counteract the play against the
rook
h3 pawn.
that's
It's good enough.
Now we've got rook g3.
Rook
It's
g3
two extra pawns.
or rook
I mean,
f3, and
this
you
is
push the queenside.
This is a resigning position.
Yeah.
So what happened exactly? King d3, rook d3?
So rook d3 was played, but now a pair of rooks comes off, and we get the same thing, but without
With 2 pawns.
Yes.
So
basically,
don't go into a rook ending with Mark Hebden.
Probably
if you decide to show up.
Yes. Probably the fault can be put at 1895. I would say.
Or the other, but he did have the other variation we analysed with the opposite colour bishops.
Yes.
But it's still a pawn down.
95 may be a bad decision. 95 allows all these motifs. Queen takes g6. We think d takes e3 or bishop a5 may have been better.
But bishop a5, it's not such an easy move to play. Once you've seen it and you've analysed it, it's quite obvious it's a good move. But would it enter your candidate moves for this position?
Well, it did.
Sure. But he didn't play it, did he?
Well, it did for me. For your candidate moves. Yeah.
But we're moving pieces, we're moving around, we get to see different variations.
Mm-hmm. Bishop a5 maybe even
maybe
d1.
rook d1.
But definitely, if you can pick a pawn to give to white, you'll pick this pawn.
Yeah.
And you have so much compensation.
But I still think white is slightly better here.
That I'm not sure about.
Bishop e3 now. Well, it's black's turn. Rook c8.
Maybe rook c8. Do you want to swap queens, maybe?
Queen b3.
Queen b3, take, back,
bishop
and
b6,
now
bishop
save
b3,
this.
rook c2.
Okay, we have play,
Sure.
but maybe not enough.
Because the knight is out of play and can't come back.
Or maybe we should keep the queens on. Yeah, it's more logical. Queen e4, try and go to h4.
And attack the king. And if possible, get that knight out.
If possible, rook c2 as well.
So against bishop a5, rook d1 is probably better than bishop d2.
It's probably better than rook f1 as well, because it attacks the d4 pawn.
So it's a tricky position. Many candidate moves and not easy to evaluate.
Yeah.
And
but in
Black Phillips tried what he thought was the best option.
Yeah. In principle, it should be very playable for black. Okay, so that's
chess, my friends. That's chess. Okay. So, now we're going to take a small break, 7 o'clock, and when we come back, we'll look at the pattern game, which is finished. We'll also look at the other games, which are about to go into the... There's no real...
Looks like it will finish soon.
Catan game will be a sort of surprise, because the low-rated players hold, isn't it?
Yeah.
But not by much. I think 100
so
points.
If they're still coming up to move 40, maybe we should keep that on.
Okay, but open up because I'm not sure that we just can see it.
Yes, okay. And we should also pick up the Palliser game.
If you want, we could look at and then we'll take the break afterwards. Okay, so let's go to the Palliser game against Grant. Grant is 2187. And Palliser, as we know, we talked about him before, is 2408. So,
okay, so Palliser does like hack his opponents up, but he does start from move 1.
Standard hedgehog.
Very standard hedgehog. We've seen a few of these in this tournament already. Queen c7. Typical idea for black would be rook c8, queen b8, and then g7 to d7.
Okay. Interesting. Played the variation like a lot. D1, E4, 4 plus D4. That way we can recapture with the knight and D4 without allowing exchange of bishops on G2. It's very interesting. I play that with the same number of whites as well. You have to take on D queen. So if we play rook D4 first, then we D4 up.
Yeah.
Knight.
Sacrifice bishop e3. Black plays next c5, looking to force f3 or queen. The Palliser decides no, I'm going to sacrifice it. He had some plan against knight takes e4 because that seems a lot more natural to me. I'm not sure what the plan was. Is it?
No. Queen g4. Bishop takes queen.
Okay,
G4.
maybe it's this.
Queen g4. Okay, let's go back to f6. I'm seeing bishop takes b6 at the end, no?
Or even now.
No, you can check first, because if
Check.
you works with the queen, you win the bishop. If you works with the bishop, bishop takes b6. Nice.
So king d8 and then bishop g5 or something. This will be more than
this is so, bishop takes e4, bishop takes, knight takes, queen f3.
In this version, maybe he doesn't knight takes e6 just because the one set less of attacking pieces. So
Queen b7 and bishop f4.
bishop f4.
Okay, so where's compensation? Now attack the knight.
What compensation is in the tactics? He's attacking the knight.
Final possible, d5 is the only move.
Yep, and now
Take a f3, and what else?
there is king d7 for black. This may have been better.
So I'm thinking rook a1 then. There's a huge compensation here. For the
Huge compensation.
So this is very
D7.
interesting.
Idea d7 would be after rook c1, bishop d6, get some attacking pieces off. But nevertheless, you get the feeling black must be finished.
Okay, so bishop e3 is very theoretical, and no one plays knight c4. The move is bishop e7.
Okay. So maybe this is one of Richard Palace's dangerous weapons or something.
Well, directly, if you can't eat the pawn, bishop c5 is, knight c5 is bad.
Yeah.
Because of b4.
Yeah.
How long did it take to play this move? b4?
No, this could be...
No, it took 30 minutes. This wasn't a preparation.
Okay.
He calculated it over the board.
Okay, so that's quite impressive.
He probably knew that bishop... Because the thing is...
He knew that knight c5 is not played and wants to figure out why.
If you had to play f3, it would be a bit weak.
Yeah.
Queen c2, a bit strange as well. So he probably thought, well, let's see if... He calculated the tactics and they were working.
Yeah.
Very good, very impressive.
Okay, so rook c1. Obviously, if black castles, there's rook c7 to finish him off. Rook c8. Take, get back the pawn.
And the attack
and
continues.
It's just crashing through.
And
Knight f6 was played.
Nice sacrifice.
Now sacrifice is not necessary, but wins.
Always nice to finish off with sacrifice.
For instance, queen c6, check wins a piece.
Yeah, that's true.
Win a piece? No, it doesn't win a piece.
Well, he does have queen d7, no?
Queen d7. No, definitely now a piece is won.
Oh, there's a nicer way. You can play rook takes e7 check and knight c6 check.
Okay, but he calculated that this will be mate, and he played it because queen e5
and queen e6.
If queen e6, then knight takes g7.
So another fork.
And king f8, queen d6,
and another fork.
And after king g8, knight e7 would decide, or king e8. You can choose how to mate your opponent with queen e7 or knight g7,
among others. There might be more.
Well, no. For fans of the immortal game, knight takes g7.
Yes.
That's
the move now.
That's the classical reference.
So very impressive.
Very impressive.
But very interesting how he probably knew that knight c5 was not the move, and calculated that he could play b4 and the pawn could not be captured. And if it was going to be captured, he had a very good compensation.
Yeah. So we have
not a very difficult calculation because they were forced moves.
Yeah.
But he still had to do it, and he did it correctly.
I think the line with knight takes e4 and then knight e6, fe6, queen g4 was more challenging.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a win actually from Andrew P. Horton against Alan Merry. So I guess to some extent, upsetting the order of English chess that has been understood in the last 2 years, that Alan Merry is one of the talented IMs who's most likely to become GM, but he's lost this game with white and he's not going to make a GM norm now.
No, but Horton could easily make an IM norm if he carries on. He's 23-24. He's gaining 24 points of rating, which means he's performing at least 24-50 now.
Yeah. And he was unlucky, in fact, to lose one of his games to Craig Hanley. That was the rook ending, which lasted a long time, and he had a few draws along the way.
So, yeah, you have to pay attention to the last two games of Andrew Horton and see if he gets his IM norm.
So we picked this up before, round about this point, we had queen f1 from white, and black has just played in accordance with his bishop pair. White failed to get his queen to c4, and black just gained more and more space. I might start thinking about...
It's okay now. Okay.
I might start thinking about combinatorics here, things like a4, but g5 is perfectly sensible. And black is just going to be much better now. Alan Merry's opening idea of trying to play for the c4 square has really not worked out against mature, strong and stable play by his opponent. f6, I don't know what a4 is doing actually. a4 is irrelevant almost. The play is happening in the centre.
Does he have a good move? Look at those bishops.
Yeah, maybe he had to play something like
I think
knight e4 already.
Just give the pawn.
Yeah,
maybe. I think he wanted to go a4, knight b5, but he should probably give the pawn now and try and find some. Black's king is slightly weak. Maybe if he gives the pawn and gets the queen in on the light squares, he could get perpetual.
Maybe he should play knight e4. Definitely the way he plays. If he goes knight b5, White's playing queen d5. Black's playing queen d5, and that's just curtains. So he tries to play for some tactics. Maybe now knight e4 as well. What was the plan?
Now for sure, knight e4.
What was the plan after knight e4? Andrew P. Horton can tell me. Well, definitely a few days ago we said he was the good Horton. Now he is.
Queen d8? No, queen
d8. C5 pawn is gone.
No, he has to capture on e4, but
capture
he's
on
giving
e4,
his best
rook
piece.
Takes and maybe f5.
But this is
not
more unclear than the other variation.
Maybe queen d4 or maybe bishop d4. Yeah, I don't see a conclusive.
You can play rook c4
tactics.
as well.
Rook c4, I don't believe.
Because of bishop d4.
Yeah. And maybe rook e1.
Rook e1. But again, queen f3, who knows? Okay, so yeah, knight e4 is the move. So black played.
So bishop b2, black played bishop d4, and now black is at least winning a pawn on g2. He chose not to take it, just to control the position. As
the pawn
plays pieces through the centre.
Exchanges queens. That's a very good move, actually.
That's a really good move. Because the g2 pawn's not going anywhere. If white plays queen f1, then knight on c3 is gone.
He has to exchange queens or queen d2. He played queen
if he
d2.
exchanges queens, then I assume this type of pawn ending is just over.
It's just one. g4, goodbye.
So white has no passed pawn, black can come to h4, and it's winning. Or even
he's winning with 3.
He's winning with g3 in this position.
Directly.
Okay, that's even simpler.
So queen d2 was the only move to protect, and now queen e3.
Queen e3, queen d1.
And now he took the pawn.
Now he took the pawn.
Even better conditions.
Yes.
Queen h5, king g7. Very good.
So basically
Very good game by Horton.
Textbook demolition of the King's Gambit. Alan Merry will regret playing the King's Gambit against such a solid player, really.
Does he play it normally?
No.
Okay.
Alan Merry doesn't really have openings. He decides what he plays based on the opponent.
Okay.
And maybe he thought Andy would be...
So he looks at his opponent's openings and decides to play, even if he's not quite sure what he should play, even if he doesn't know the opening.
His openings are based on the opponent's repertoire.
Okay.
In all cases.
So maybe he's never played the King's Gambit, but he thinks it's a good choice against the other player. So he studies a bit and goes to play.
Yeah.
Bit risky.
It is risky. Well, here it really didn't pay off, and black played
but then
very
again,
solidly.
You get the chance to play different openings, which is fun.
Yeah.
And you broaden your knowledge of chess. If you then study the opening, I mean, I don't play so many openings, so.
But for a IM rated 2423 and 20 years old, making GM norms is more fun.
Of course.
Yeah. He will have been looking to do that.
He's looking for the way to. He's young. He can experiment and he can see what works.
Mm-hmm.
But today it definitely didn't work.
No. So
okay.
In addition to Gawain Jones, extremely well played by Andy.
So guys, I think we're going to take a small break here, and don't go away. Stay with us because we're coming back in exactly 10 minutes, and we'll still have at least an hour of commentary. There's 7 endings which are interesting, and we'll also try and get a game. You see the Lawrence Trent game? We haven't seen it yet. See if he's still on his comeback. Simon Williams definitely is making a comeback with his win today. So stay with us, and in a few minutes we'll be back. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good evening, and welcome back to the live commentary of the 7th round of the British. I'm here with International Master Daniel Fernandez. Daniel, how are things going?
Very interesting round so far.
So, are we going to get a result in the Hawkins Ems? What do you think? Does he have chances?
Well,
I see he's improved his position with respect to before, but his king is a bit not very well protected now. I'm a bit worried. Do you think he can be mated?
well, okay, you mean Jonathan Hawkins has improved his situation? Or?
I thought so, but now looking at that position, I'm a bit worried.
Very shaky.
Very shaky, no? Okay. So, we're going to be here for at least half an hour, 3/4 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
See how the round progresses. And now we're going to pay attention to the games Hawkins Ems and Howell Eggleston,
Yes.
which are important games for the standings. And we'll try also to have a look at the game between Hanley and Adair, and maybe even some other games before we wrap the round up. So let's go straight into the action with the game of Hawkins against Ems.
Okay, so we dropped.
We left it here after
this
Rook
point.
E1.
Rook E1, Queen D5 was played. So John Ems obviously offering a repetition in various ways, but Jonathan Hawkins is not yet up for that. So with Queen C5, he's trying to play a rook ending in which he might have some better chances.
Okay, so for instance, if Queen takes Queen,
Queen takes Queen, pawn
takes
takes.
Queen, we have to go behind the C3 pawn, no?
Okay, there's also Rook C3.
That was the move I was thinking of, but what would happen if he captures the pawn on B1, on
Okay.
A3? Is it dangerous?
So it takes on A3, we would have presumably Rook C1.
That's the move I would play, yeah, putting the rook behind.
Maybe the rook ending is not dangerous for black. He's able to exchange in good time the A pawn for the C pawn.
That is true. And that would be a draw.
So if white got to D6, there would be an issue, but in this case, black can actually play rook takes C7 and win. So white must hurry and play rook A1, and the exchange happens. And
okay,
draw.
so this was move 37. There might be a small possibility that John Ems wasn't sure about the rook ending.
No, but
Possibly he was low on time.
I think he was sure about the rook ending, and he made a decision with Queen E4 to play for a win.
You think so?
Yes.
Interesting. But up to now, he's looking for a draw.
Up to now, he's been looking for a draw, but maybe he thinks Hawkins has played inaccurately and allowing him to activate the rook.
Okay, good. So D5 was obviously the move that...
So if white doesn't play D5, it's not clear how he deals with the threat of rook B2. The D5 just about opens enough defensive lines that after rook B2, white can play rook F2, and he's not losing material.
Okay.
The rook on F2 is adequately protected.
Okay.
Here as well, black will have a perpetual check,
At least.
I'm sure.
At least.
So Queen E4 is an attempt to play for a win. He knows
playing for a win, then.
He can do this draw when he wants to.
He's playing for a win because he's seen at least the draw if needed. Okay, so D5.
D5.
Now he goes rook D3, which is a good move, controlling the pawn from behind. Of course, the pawn goes to D6, but now it might be vulnerable at some point.
So my idea is that black's even provoked D6 because in some positions, if you imagine, for instance, the rooks come off, white's queen is on F2, and black is able to play queen takes D6. In that queen ending, white may not be completely safe.
He might have an edge.
Yeah.
Black might have an edge. Probably drawn, but with an edge, because he always has this queen B3 idea.
Yeah,
and some other things. Okay,
that's probably why black's provoked D6.
But also because if he makes some threats against the king, the white queen may need to come back to protect at some point, and then the pawn will fall.
Yeah, take the pawn and continue the threats.
Okay, so rook D2.
Rook D2.
He's now threatening mate. So rook F2 only move.
So is there anything other than rook D2 that can be played?
Maybe, but it does look good.
So is there anything particularly wrong with playing, say, Queen E6, mopping up the pawn, and then continuing with the attack at a convenient moment?
He could have played Queen E6.
Maybe he should have done that. Queen E6, maybe F5 was a problem.
Yeah, I can see F5 would be...
But then you would go for the slightly better rook ending, wouldn't
pawn
you?
takes.
Oh, white's playing
rook
rook
F4.
Ah, okay.
You actually lose. Well, you just play rook a6, but that would never be a way to play for a win. No.
No.
No, rook d2 looks okay.
Yeah, rook d2.
f5 could be an option.
f5, white's playing d7.
Ah, tricks. King g7 then maybe? That could be an option, king g7. Improve your...
Okay.
Or before, even before. Instead of f5, I mean. Improve your king. Prevent any background checks.
Yes.
And this could be an idea.
It is an option. Okay.
Okay, rook d2.
He played rook d2, rook
F2.
f2, and they've now repeated moves. Rook d1, rook f1, rook d2, rook f2. And white's obviously fine with the draw. Black's played
Black's
as
playing for a win.
suggested king g7.
He's playing for a win now.
And now
Okay,
we have a further move repetition.
because the king's on g7. But now the game has progressed and the pawn...
On d6
has
has
dropped.
gone. Okay.
Yep.
So this is
So-
good play by black then.
I can tell you the moves, or you can update. What do you
I'll
prefer?
update.
Okay.
So black gained a tempo because white apparently felt the need to continue playing with rook f2. Rook d3. Maybe rook f2 wasn't completely necessary here, but white doesn't have another obvious move. Maybe d7.
Giving the pawn back already.
Maybe d7, but still king g7.
King g7.
And the pawn is going to fall.
Yeah, queen c8, queen e7.
So white plays rook f2. Black's then just gained some time.
And now mopped up the pawn.
Mops up the pawn. And the attack continues.
So do you think Ems could... That would definitely be a surprise result if he defeated Hawkins as black. So after queen d5, the position we have now, queen b4. How do you rate black's chances for a win here?
I think the chances are quite good. He needs to find a good move now. So he's probably spent quite a bit of time in this position deciding how he will continue. If he has to play queen d4 check, his rook ending is better, but it's not really that much better.
Well, he doesn't even win the pawn.
He ties white down maybe to rook a1 or rook e3.
But chance of a draw high
If-
there. What about queen c6?
Queen c6 is an obvious move that suggests itself.
Idea queen c2 after moving the rook. Maybe rook
Rook d3,
d3,
and then you
b3.
go to b3 and b2 and start that whole
Now
route
this
again.
is
This is the way to do it.
but this is a difficult position to defend. It's a typical position that may be defensible to a draw, but it's super difficult.
Yeah.
And contrary, a rook ending is much more easier to play.
Yeah.
Find the moves. Here, any bad move could lead to a bad result. So what could because the king's weak. Now you put the pawns on f3, g2, and h3, and the position is probably a draw. But with the king so exposed,
With this long diagonal being such a problem.
really tough, really tough. And white's lucky that black doesn't have an h pawn. Because if the structure was, for instance, g6, h5, and black could push h4 at some point, and h3,
No,
then he'd be dead.
There I disagree, actually. I think this structure is actually more unpleasant to deal with because there is simply
Really?
no check ever against the black king. Not from the diagonal because of f6, not the rank because of f7, not the file because of g6.
Okay, that from a defensive point of view, I agree. But from an aggressive point of view, I mean, if you have the initiative, you're not really worried about checks. And getting a pawn to h4, doesn't
No.
that increase your winning chances?
Maybe, but it definitely helps that white has no check ever. Because from a practical point of view, white will make a defensive mistake somewhere, but you just don't want him to have an offensive option
Okay,
of, say, queen g4
Interesting.
check against h4.
okay,
That would be terrible.
okay. No. I wasn't suggesting putting the g pawn on the h file.
Okay, but still,
I was thinking f7, g6, h5.
But still, queen check along the long diagonal and maybe rook e8 and queen h8.
At some
Some
point.
attacking idea.
Okay.
Now there's nothing.
No, nothing at all. Well, he can try f5 at some point, but
Then black plays g5.
g5, and that pawn could be an issue afterwards. And the weakness on f5. No, he has to stay put. So queen c6. Well, there's been moves.
There's been queen c6, queen e4.
Queen e4, queen c5 check, queen e3.
Okay. So now presumably black plays something like queen c2, and his pieces are all continuing an
Queen
attack.
c2.
Maybe rook d4. Maybe rook d4, queen behind, and then rook to d2.
No, I actually like queen c2 straight away. You're threatening rook e6. You're threatening rook d2. You're threatening rook d3. Queen c2 is a really good move, unless I'm missing something.
No, I don't think so. I like rook d4 now, though, because of queen d5 and rook d2.
And there's tricks.
Just gradually move closer to the enemy king.
And queen d5, okay.
Okay, but anyway, black has very good winning chances. We'll probably come back to this.
I think Games could win this game.
White may have made a tactical slip in the next 10 moves, and we will see that when we next
He
visit
is
it.
slightly low on time. That is true. Okay, so what about Howard Eggleston? He was in playing the ending, which now has evolved a bit, so we can take it again.
So when we last saw this, we were thinking of rook d2 for white offering a rook swap, and Howell decided after 10 minutes that he was not doing that. There was a move repetition, and white played knight f2 with the idea of going with the knight to c3. That's his slow improvement idea. With the knight to c3, king to f2, and then g4.
So why didn't he play knight c3 straight away?
It wasn't strictly a move repetition. Rook came from f2.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe there was some nuance there.
Okay. So
He decided to use the f2 square for the knight.
okay. Knight d4.
Knight d4, perfectly
d4.
normal. Maybe rook d2 was worth considering. Because I don't see an obvious way for black to counteract knight d1 to c3 now. Whereas against rook e4, there's the two checks that that were given.
h5.
And now knight d1 is tactically not possible due to knight takes f3.
Correct. So king f6.
So king g1.
King
so
g1.
white evolves his plan. He may be thinking now of h4 and this. So against h4 immediately, the problem may have been knight f5. King g1 indicates that he's thinking of playing h4, and king h2, knight h3, knight g5. King f6.
Now he plays rook e3.
Rook e3.
To go to c3 maybe? But that would forward to a check on e2.
Yeah, I'm not understanding rook e3.
Maybe knight e4.
Maybe he's back to the original plan of knight e4 to c3 and king f2. After rook b8, he can't do the check because the b2 pawn is weak, so he has to go via this route, and
rook b8,
he rejects a repetition, of course.
Knight e6.
Knight e6, so black's thinking of knight f4 to d3.
Rook e4.
And after rook e4, there's still an option of knight f4.
Knight f4, and if he takes, then knight d3.
Knight d3, king g3, knight b2, take, rook c6.
Slightly better for white.
So white may be picking up a pawn here, but it may also not be anything to be worried about. Nevertheless, it's understandable that he didn't play this. Black played rook c8 to defend the pawn.
King
now
e1.
there's a tactical idea of knight c5 for black to swap off a pair of pieces.
But he puts his king where there's no check afterwards.
No, king e1 is preparing so that after knight c5 he'll take it and he'll play king d2.
Okay, I thought he could take on c4, but that would allow knight d3.
Yeah, the idea of knight c5 both here and previously was that after rook c4, knight d3 will win a piece.
But he could have played king e2 instead of king e1 then. But king e2, there's other problems.
King
Knight
e2,
f4.
knight f4 check. Yeah.
Okay.
So king e1, definitely after knight c5, his idea is to take and play king d2.
King d2, king c3, and win the c4 pawn. So we're near the position, the current position.
So knight f4, g3 was played.
Knight f4, g3, knight d3 check, king e2,
king f5.
King f5, king e3, centralizing.
And now rook b8.
Rook b8.
So in this position, as compared to previous positions, there is a threat of doing this, because if white forks the pawns, there's always a rook b3 check or rook takes h2.
So, but white's played g4 check here.
White's played g4 check, h takes,
pawn
f takes,
pawn
king
takes,
g5.
king g5, and now h3.
h3.
He's going slowly, but he's improving his position. King h4.
King h4 looks like a good move. And that's
this
where
is
we're at.
This is the position.
So black's got his counterplay working nicely along the lines we said before. The rooks come to b8 and the b2 pawn is a major target. The idea of king h4 is that when he takes on b2, in no line is rook takes e5 ever check.
Of course, and he's hitting the h3 pawn as well.
Yes.
That would be a draw if everything gets changed off. That's going to be
So
a draw.
if Howell plays this carelessly, he could even lose it now. I'm not sure what Howell can play.
Okay, let's consider rook takes c4.
Rook takes c4, knight takes b2.
Knight takes.
Rook takes.
Okay. Is he really in risk of losing this?
I think so.
Rook c7. He can't really lose this now. I mean, he'll eat g7 for the 2 pawns. Then
How about g5?
You want to be mated, my friend. Okay, let's check you on h7. And now king e4. Interesting.
All very easy in analysis. After king f5, e4, and...
No, that pawn is winning because your king is protecting. Okay, go back. Not so easy then. But there should be a way. So little material. Let's go back a few moves. After the exchange of the knights. There. Maybe it's now. I have to find a good move. But what? Rook a4?
Rook a4, maybe still g5.
Okay. Rook takes a7.
Takes a7, king takes h3.
Okay. Rook a5 or rook e7?
Rook a5 you will lose. Probably.
Yeah, really?
Rook e5, king h4, your king is cut off from both the g-pawn and the a-pawn. I can see this going badly.
King d4?
King d4, now I will chase your pawn.
Rook e3? King c4? King b3? Rook e1?
Rook g1.
Only move. And the rook pawn is horrible to fight.
a4, rook f4 wins.
Yeah. No, king b4 is only move. Rook f1. I'm losing this. You'll get to d5 in 3 moves. Oh, Howell. He'll find a draw. He'll find a draw.
He's probably still playing to win. You know what we say about these GMs?
If he's still playing to win here, that might be
why he loses. Because his opponent is not a fool. His opponent is an IM 3 GM norms.
Well, if he gets a winning position.
Well.
But the thing is, if he gets a rook ending where he's no longer losing, he's going to carry on playing, no problem.
Yeah.
One of these rook endings that we saw before. I mean, there's no reason to give a draw.
So
he's not a lesser player. If he's at 2100, he might just take it and don't think more about it.
Yeah.
But a guy with three Grandmaster norms.
3 Grandmaster norms.
He's going to play. I mean, if he I'd never heard of him, David Eggleston. Where has he got his norms? In international tournaments? So I don't think he's ever played in Spain. At least
one from the British Championship last year. One from the Isle of Man, I think.
Okay, the poker tournament.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, poker chess tournament.
Yeah. And one from Split Open or something is in Croatia or Italy.
Okay. Split is in
Croatia.
In Croatia.
Okay, so someone in the chat can correct us about precise details of GM norms, but my understanding is David Eggleston has 3.
Arkle and Palliser were the best games I've seen today. Very good games.
Okay, so
especially the Palliser one.
We can pay attention to the Arkle game because we've not seen it.
Arkle was playing against...
Not on the top 10 boards.
No. Ravi has beaten Merriman, so Merriman's excellent tournament is going a bit sideways.
Well, he started with 3.5 out of 4, but he's now lost 3 games in a row.
I can't find it. Trent, a draw with Kolbus. Not a bad result by itself.
Arkle is board 11.
But Arkle is board 11 with black against Fitzsimmons. We'll have to see that.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Okay. So we'll leave these two.
We'll leave these two, but it looks like black is actually in the middle of a turnaround, and I would not be surprised if black wins.
I think he'll still draw, but it's getting tricky.
It's getting very tricky. Okay.
Strong knight on d3. And superior king.
Yes, superior king. Definitely white has to do this now, doesn't he? Because there'll be king takes
What's he going to
h3.
do? Actually, Howard is thinking now, and he's only got 10 minutes.
I would be thinking too.
Can he play b4?
Ah, maybe. And then we get a slightly different rook ending, but you're on the e5 pawn. Okay, this would be an easy enough draw, wouldn't it? Maybe. I give check.
Of course, b4 would be the same as saying, I can't win anymore.
Give check, king c4 probably.
Yeah, then 2 checks and
Rook
d7.
h3, rook e7.
Yeah, no, this is a draw. Still tricky, but it's a draw. The pawn is really far back. I mean, I'll sack my rook, and the pawn will be by
in
a5.
This version, your king can't be cut off easily.
So b4 might be the move, but he still has to find it. Okay, let's go and pick up the game by Arkle. White Hawkins down. Does that mean he's lost?
Down. No, he's not lost. It's still being played.
Yeah, but things are getting tricky for him. Because if he plays queen d2, rook d2, and rook e2, queen b1.
Rook e2, queen b1, and if back... Ah, okay. So the idea is to play it to a1. And then if rook e1 again, then...
Oh, nice. Here is when the checks that come in handy, no checks.
Mm-hmm. In a queen ending.
Oh. This is winning.
Yeah,
for sure.
Easily.
100%. Ooh.
Yeah, so John Ems could be in
that would
Seoul's
be a very
second
surprise.
Place.
Has he won the English?
John Ems?
Yeah. He might have, no? At some point.
I don't recall it, but it would be before my time. Maybe 99 or something.
John Ems is a chess player who has earned the rank of International Grandmaster. Captain of the English Olympic team. Tied first in the 1997 British.
Mm-hmm.
Tied first. And a very prolific chess author that I knew. So, at least he's tied first, in principle.
Okay, there may or may not have been tie breaks, but he has definitely won it.
Okay, let's check out the game of Arkle, who progresses to 5 points. And also has won a queen and rook ending against queen and rook.
Yeah.
So
it didn't start like that, though.
Okay, let's see.
So he played his line of the Caro-Kann.
Okay.
Actually, he wasn't allowed to play his line of the Caro-Kann. His line of the Caro-Kann would be with bishop d3, knight b6.
So obviously, Fitzsimmons might have prepared that line. And he
as it is,
deviated a bit.
He's not really posing Arkle that many problems. The c5...
0 problems.
Weakens the b5 square, but white can't put a knight there, so nobody's really bothered. Bishop f4, bishop d6, knight e5, queen c7. So there's some tension in the position. Maybe dc5 could have been played at this moment. But okay, white was going for an attacking approach. White was going to play bishop g3, cd4, castle, queen c5, knight f3. So he didn't even want to take it with the rook earlier. He wants to take with the knight and then bring the knight to b5, where it's
very ambitious,
beautifully placed. And as it turns out, he managed to do that. So fair play to him.
Oops. Knight b5, bishop b7.
Bishop b7, king b1,
b6.
b6. So black's just trying to play around the knight on b5 and the knight on e5, which are both beautiful pieces.
The thing is, white can't really attack on the king's side. That bishop on g3 is blocking his... I mean, if the bishop was on any other square, g4, g5 is standard here.
Okay, so he's trying to do that.
Okay, f3.
f3, bishop a6, bishop f2.
f2.
And in fact, the queen is nearly trapped, so black decided to take this off. And definitely you can't shake the feeling that white's better. Maybe.
I think black's okay here. Because it doesn't seem to me that white's attack is really so strong. And
No.
black is playing a4, a5, isn't it? a4, a5, a5, a4.
Maybe not the kingside attack, but white can play
Oh,
knight
that's
c6.
nice. That's a good move.
And if, say, a4, then this wins a piece. Well, not a piece, but enough.
Interesting.
So after knight c6, I assume the intention of black was
Bishop
bishop
c5.
c5.
Okay.
And then we play bishop d5.
Knight takes in principle.
If pawn takes, then the d4 square is a problem. So if knight takes,
bishop
and let's
takes.
say...
So you're playing more for a favourable ending, not so much for a direct attack.
For positional considerations.
Exactly.
Yes. Maybe
So
bishop c5.
can we exchange on c5 and play c4?
Maybe.
And try and get the file?
Try and use
file?
the protected passed pawn
So we
in
have
the
a
end.
d-file as well.
Knight
Zars,
b4,
queen
queen
d2
e5,
or queen
or
e5.
something like that. Yeah. Definitely a more principled way to play than with knight g6. I don't like knight g6.
Well, it's good if you're captured, but rook f8 is a standard move. And you've exchanged his bishop, but two bishops against two knights.
White probably should have kept his knight on the board. Because with the position he got,
He might have thought it was better here.
he doesn't have g4, g5 ideas, really.
No.
He doesn't have c4 ideas because black just reroutes the knight to go to c5. In another 10 moves, black will magically come with the knight to c5, one of them, and then he'll be better.
Yeah.
Maybe it will happen like this,
Or knight d7, c5.
or this knight. Or even he can trade this knight, a4 and knight b4 to try and take it off with the bishop. And then he can play with his knight to c5. Eventually the white pawn on b5 will be bad.
It's funny because the two bishops with no safe square for the knights should be better, but of course c5 is a square, a good square for the bishop, for the knight.
C5,
and d5 is good as well because if he exchanges it, there's no pair of bishops, and if he plays c4, he blocks in his bishop.
yeah.
Maybe to play c4 and bishop c2, but doesn't look like it. Bishop d4, rook e1, c4, bishop c2, try and get something like that. It's 'cause it's not possible. Black can exchange it as whenever he wants.
Okay, this is possible.
But black is in no case worse.
No, never. So I think knight g6 was a conceptual mistake. I think knight c6 improved on that. Maybe other moves did too. Maybe a very weird move that you can consider is bishop a4.
Very weird.
Then bring the knight to c6. No rush.
But it's clear that he didn't have that idea in his calculations.
Okay, this weird move doesn't work because of knight f4. Fair enough. So knight c6 basically is the recommendation.
A4?
Okay. A4, we had bishop d5.
Oh yes, and we were winning a
d5,
piece.
rook
Yeah.
d5. Okay, so in the game we had this continuation, and white spent 6.5 minutes before realizing he has no advantage. Rook e8. The idea of black was presumably to play a4, and then rook takes a4, and other rook to a8, and queen a7. This is exactly what black did. He doubled on the a file, and in fact used the c5 square. White can never really support the bishop with b3 because of queen a3. Queen a3 will come in, and then there'll be threats like rook takes a4 or knight c5. The play will just be too much. So white played c3. White was looking maybe to play king c2 and bishop b3, and then just leave the file.
No, if he got to that, would be okay.
So black played knight c5. Bishop takes, pawn takes, rook e4. So sidestepping a fork with knight b6, but not able to avoid it in the long run because of tactics.
Rook c4, knight b6, losing the exchange.
The idea is the rook is overloaded.
Yeah.
If rook e6, then queen takes h4.
Queen h4. Yeah.
So rook c4, knight b6, and black wins the exchange. But white has pawns for it.
But black has the attack.
Black has the attack, and he may have started with the wrong idea. But soon he got out of a check on e6, and after g4, queen d6, he was going to come in sooner or later, say with rook h1 to h2, or...
Yeah, that's the main threat now, no?
Yeah.
rook h1, and then either rook a1 or rook h2.
Yeah. So white tried to
He has to try and exchange queens, only move.
gain tempo,
Queen
but
g through.
after gf5,
Rook h1.
probably rook h1 is fine. I didn't see a problem with it. Black played queen g1, threatening mate on b1, and that was more than enough.
Good game by Rahal. Very good.
And in fact,
nice,
the queen
ending.
and rook ending was
Nice
just an
finish.
accident, really.
Yeah, because he has
Because
an extra piece.
he has an extra rook. He just decided he was going to sacrifice it here. After king d3, he didn't even bother taking the queen. He played queen f1 check, finding the best move and winning.
And the rook is hanging as well.
So
Well played, though, by Rahal.
Yeah, very well played.
Very well played.
So he understood which exchanges he wanted, but his opponent didn't.
He should have more rating than 2400
Yes.
because he understands a lot of chess. You can see it in his game. He probably is irregular. He probably has bad tournaments as well.
He has bad tournaments and he might have insomnia as well. So whether he slept or not may depend. May cause the results to go.
So he might not have energy, and so, but he's playing very well here.
Yeah.
This is a very well played game. And his opponent is a 2352.
His opponent is a good player that I've bigged up before with his IM norms and everything. Okay, so that's a very well played game by Keith.
I know because he's beaten me. And I know what it is to lose against him. And he did everything something there because that was 25 years ago. So I was probably half asleep in that game. Okay. So, not many games left.
Okay, we have Hanley Adair still going on, and the Howell game has progressed a bit. Let's look at Hanley Adair though, because we've not seen that for a long time.
It's a rook ending.
Okay, so I don't think we can really go through all of this, but
Let's go quickly.
He decided rook f5, and then instead of bishop h3, white played g4, which is an interesting decision, probably quite principled, not allowing exchange sacks and just gaining pressure against the black pawns in the center.
Here he sacrificed 3, 4, 5, 6. So, yeah, this looks good.
Yeah. So rook takes g5 was actually implied by queen c2, really. White could have played rook back to e1, bishop e3, and just played a normal game of chess, but black would have developed with knight c6. White was correct in saying that not allowing the development is much more important than the exchange. The bishop can sit on e5 or g3 or some
that bishop
nice
is
square.
very strong. Bishop b7 for knight c6, queen d2, knight c6, rook e1, playing on the black squares. King h8.
And now queen e2.
Queen e2, hitting
so
the
using
e6
some
pawn.
tactics, if knight takes d4, queen e5 check.
Queen e5 check. So rook af8.
And now bishop h4.
Bishop h4. Probably, defends f2, and also f2. Bishop g3 could be an idea.
So next white will defend d4 with knight c2, and then all his pieces will play a role.
Okay,
all he has to do is find something a bit more for his bishop on g2 to do than just protecting f3 and so on.
Okay, 4, knight c2, knight takes, check, queen g7, and bishop g3.
Bishop g3.
So now, he's threatening to capture on g7, check on e5. So presumably black will move his rook away, no?
Yeah.
Possibly taking the pawn on g4.
Yeah, so that's what he did. And then queen takes e6, but the threat of bishop e5 is not going away.
Yeah.
And if rook f6, then queen takes f6 even can be played.
But he has to be careful because bishop e5, I can take on g2.
Sorry?
No, make a null move.
Null move. Yeah, that's correct.
So, for instance...
So if black plays nothing, bishop e5, rook g2, king h1 is complicated. d4.
Ooh. H.
Rook e4, I don't know.
Wow. Only move rook e4. But rook...
Yeah, rook e4 actually.
No, rook g1 mate.
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
It's too late for both of us. But this is unbelievable, no? Take, rook e4.
Take, rook e4, d3. Just make a queen.
That's it. Okay, this is fantasy. I mean,
Okay.
that probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah,
So
well,
black, just in view of this variation, he sacks on g3.
Okay, so maybe white was going to play
No,
king
he
h1
can
first.
play king h1 or h3 first and king h2, or maybe move the bishop somehow.
Yeah. But black maybe didn't have very much time because he only spent 53 seconds on his exchange sacrifice. And now material is actually in black's favour, but his king looks terrible. It's like the Ems and Hawkins game. A long diagonal just causes no end of trouble. After queen f6... Okay, queen f6 was an interesting move because he wouldn't have expected queen takes f6. He may have expected bishop takes d5, or queen d7, or a move that keeps the queens on and, keeps the attack going. But queen f6 is an endgame solution. Very interesting.
I would have kept the queen on. I'm not
And
sure.
so would I.
Not sure. But of course, he does have 2 pawn islands and a better bishop. So he's probably still better king as well.
Maybe he just backed himself in rook endings after the Horton experience.
d4, bishop takes,
rook d7.
d4.
So he will have looked at this ending, for instance.
Well, that's what happened. King g4.
King g4. Okay, so he doesn't take on d4 because rook a7 and black can defend the...
Well, 2
ending.
against 1 with... and put his rook behind the...
rook a8 actually. Rook a8 to b8 and then behind the b pawn.
And then put behind the b pawn.
If he went to b1, we would have a familiar situation. So the question is, why is black not playing rook a8 here? And I expect it's because of king h5.
And king h6. Oh, tricky. He's got b5, though.
He's got b5. To play rook a6 check.
But now f5, no?
Maybe. So it gets interesting. f5, b4, f6.
Got rook b7 first. Oh, then rook d8. f6.
And if b3, then king h6.
And now it looks as if you're winning, no? But b2?
And now rook back to b7.
Okay.
And I think this should be winning.
Well, actually, we can improve. We can play f7 first.
f7?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't improve.
Check. Oh, you take the pawn, sorry. Bad move.
And if you try and play with king g6 or something,
No,
then
there's a check.
it's check.
Tricky, eh? Very tricky. So one move.
So
solution.
probably Adair calculated up to...
Who knows? It's a very long
Well,
variation.
he spent 7 minutes. So he maybe just counted the tempi and he realised that black is losing the h7 pawn with check and white goes back to
That could
b7.
be possible. Because they've arrived at the time control here.
Obviously, you can't shake the feeling that this is a draw. Say after f6, black can play rook f8. And that looks like it will be a draw. For instance, king g5, rook g8 check, and if white goes here, then this is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Do I believe that? Yes, I believe that.
And
So
if he
king
goes to
h5,
f4?
rook d8 check. If it was rook e8 check, that would win.
But he can take f6 as well.
He can take f6.
But king f4?
King h5 immediately then.
Or king f4?
Same thing. King f4. Say rook f8.
Now king f5.
King f5.
Now rook b8.
Now b3 maybe. And now this.
Now rook b8.
So now white has no king h6 and black may even try and win.
No, he can never win because he just puts the rook on b1. I mean, this is a draw.
Really?
Well, maybe not, but...
No, I would back black to win this. Now. King comes to f7.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He could check and then king g6, yeah.
So if you just straightforwardly count the tempi, white is taking on h7. But if you play moves like rook f8, then...
Very tricky.
So like the other rook ending of Craig Handy.
Well, it's finished, so let's progress because white has won.
White has won. So rook b6.
That is a sort of surprise.
That's the second time Craig Handy has been, well, I would hesitate to say lucky, but
Well,
more skillful than his opponent in the rook ending.
The game has been complicated. Okay, so let's carry on.
f6, king g8, and now king f5.
By the way, Craig Hanley undefeated for the moment.
Okay, good.
Wins with white, draws with black.
And possible GM norm chances.
The thing is, he's only played with one GM. He'd have to have two GMs.
Okay, with that.
One after the other, which is probable.
Yeah, that's probable. With 5.5 out of 7, it would be strange if that did not happen.
He'd have to score tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. So D3.
But it looks from his average rating like 6.5 might do it. So 2 draws, maybe.
Wouldn't think so, because that's a performance of 2550, and he needs a 2600 performance.
Mm-hmm.
He probably has to do 7.
Maybe.
Because he's played with too many. Look, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, 2-1. He needs 7 points.
And he's played Gawain Jones, actually, so that doesn't help. Okay, so Rook D7, King G8. There was a move repetition, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And now white plays Rook G4, which is very brave.
He threatens F7.
So he's looking for Rook D6, presumably. What's the idea against Rook D6? Is there one?
F7 and Rook D4.
F7 and Rook D4. Okay.
Could be that one.
Well, that is it then.
And
Rook
F6.
F8, King F6.
That's the idea. Nice move.
Rook G4 is quite clever then.
Another very good and very interesting rook ending for the books.
So if after D2, it's all about the king activity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
King activity compensates for the pawn. White can dance around, avoid taking back the pawn, and still win.
It's actually a very good ending for students, for them to learn how certain endings, although they know it, you can demonstrate with this type of positions. Look, he's a pawn down, but I'm playing to win because of my king.
Yes.
But very, very, you have to play very well.
Yes.
Mistake here and you're losing.
But also, it's not clear that black's played good defences. For instance, if the rook goes back to b8, that looks like a better defence to me. In the game, white was able to... Black still played b4, but white was able to get his rook to 7th, back to the 7th with check. Not great.
He did get out of the corner, but he lost it. But he lost the a7 pawn, no?
No, but you can be in the corner as long as your rook is stably on the back rank. So if king g8, what's the plan? Is it the same thing again?
Nice.
No,
And
because now there are checks from the side. Now this is not so simple.
And there's 4 squares, so I can't get over to the other side. But maybe I can. King e6 and king e7. No, I can't do anything. King d8. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe king e8.
King e8 and king d7.
d7.
And if rook f8, king e7, so rook b7.
But now I get to king c6, but of course rook f7 again.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the winning idea was against king straight back to the corner, but obviously having sacrificed a pawn to play with his king to get to f7, black isn't going straight back to the corner. So this is
That's more psychological than technical.
This is why rook b8 was probably a better defense.
You can't bring your king out and then go back to the corner again, even though it's probably the best move.
Actually, again, white might have been in trouble here. He now has to play things like rook e2, b3, f7. Which is not incredibly convincing. Say, king g7, and this is met by check.
But now I can possibly block on b2, and it's
block on b2,
one square.
Maybe.
Well, if you let me block on b3, it's better.
No, you can't block on b3. Sorry.
But now I go g4.
G4, king g8.
G5.
King f7.
Not liking what I'm seeing here.
This could have been a nice reversal, actually. Rook b8, and maybe black is playing for a win. Maybe. I mean, obviously, white turned down draws earlier. He was playing riskily, and he got what he wanted.
Yep, the king gets to f7 and blocks my pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so king g8.
King g8, and now white is definitely playing for the win. So he takes on h7 and hurries back to block the pawn. And now this is just winning. King e6. White could have played rook takes b2 in fact here. But king g7 is good enough. Rook b7 and...
Why didn't he play? Well, it's okay.
Well, any move wins.
Any move wins, no.
If you happen to know that the g pawn is winning in this case, you might just take that. Rook b2, rook f7, king h6.
What did he play now?
He played rook e1 check. Rook e1 check, king d5, and king g8.
Okay, yeah.
So that's also good enough.
That's enough.
So yes, Craig Hanley, one of the finds of this tournament.
Very well played. Very well played. Top 15 boards today. Black scores 50%.
Okay.
Let's have a look at that too.
So, are we done with... Oh, John M's won.
There's one. We should see how that panned out.
We'll do that. And then we can look at Arakami Agazi as well.
And it didn't take long, so...
Yeah.
He actually caught him with a trick. With a cross trick. Nice.
Cross trick.
A cross pin. You don't normally see those cross pins.
Yeah. So after rook e2, I thought the idea was queen b1, but maybe it's queen c4, and black now threatens rook d3. White plays queen e7, black goes rook d3 anyway, with the idea of queen d4 check, and after king g2, rook d1, etc. Or after king g2, in fact, maybe queen d5 as well. Queen b4 played queen c6. So black's just playing around with small ideas. Rook b3 uses what we saw before.
That's why it's so difficult to defend this ending, because unless you can change one of the pieces, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
If your king is badly placed. Put your king in safety, easy draw. That's a nice one.
This is a nice win.
It's always little tricks because of the bad situation of the king. So queen e7.
Queen e7, queen h1.
And the thing is, at least when I'm in these positions, you sort of know you're going to lose.
Yeah, you are going to lose.
But you can't resign. And you're just hoping for some sort of miracle. Huh? So now he's threatening to play rook b1. And the h2 pawn is also attacked. So he went h4, rook b1. And things are looking very, very grim.
So rook e1 is forced because of queen f1 mate. Black gives check. And if king f1, presumably... The idea was actually to go into a queen ending now because he gets 2 extra pawns. Yeah. That's easy enough.
And that's the worst case scenario. That might even be something better then. King f1, rook b2, rook e2. Give me a second here. I'm thinking queen h1, king f2, and rook b3. I'm not doing anything here, am I? No. I'm trying. King h2 now. Queen h2.
Okay, none of this is necessary, but okay, queen d2 is...
Oh, that's nice.
Winning, among other things.
Yeah, you force him to take, and that's it. But the other line is perfect as well. You win 2 pawns and should be easy win.
Yeah, easy enough.
So rook b3.
King f3 played, rook b3, rook e3, queen c2.
The same idea.
So black's just trying to put the queen on c1. And
force him to capture on...
Then white will be in Zugzwang.
Zugzwang. So
maybe he also has an idea of playing queen d1 check and king f2, rook b2 check, or king f2, queen d4 or something.
But he can also capture the pawn on a3. It's because white can't protect at the same time the pawn on a3 and the rook on e3. There's no square to do that.
Yeah.
So as soon as you put the queen on c1, it's a Zugzwang.
So
queen d6, queen
d6
d1.
Played queen c1.
Queen c1. If he goes back to e7.
Then maybe f5 actually. Now we can play f5.
King h6. Okay, not king h6. F5 is okay.
Actually, this is
very good.
King e4, rook e3.
And then check. And king g4.
King g4. I'm thinking f5.
F5. King g5.
King g5.
Take, and
F6
queen a6.
mate.
Queen a6. F6 mate. No, okay. I want to give mate on f6, please. Nicer. Very nice.
Actually, you can do that. You can play Queen A1
I was going to play Queen A6 and then Queen A5 and then F6.
and then F6.
It's the same thing, yeah.
He thinks he's blocked with a check. No, not quite.
So, big problems for... So, very well played by
So after
Ems
Rook
again.
D3, there's an extra tactic, which is Queen D2.
That's a nice one to finish off.
Took a minute to figure out that he was completely winning, and then executed
Come on,
this.
come on. You probably saw it. It's a typical tactic you see instantly. But you can't believe it's there. So, look, in one game, I remember I had the Bodum mate. Queen takes C6 and Bishop A6 mate.
Okay.
It was there. I took 2 minutes to do it. I just couldn't believe it. I was looking at my opponent sort of thing. Maybe I was just letting him resign.
Yeah.
But I was... This can't be possible. 2200, I got the... And then I did it. I said, resign. So this is the same thing. Of course he saw it. He sees it immediately.
Yeah.
But he has to make sure. Because the other guy is letting him do it.
Yes.
So, and 1 minute is not really so excessive.
No. Well, he just has to make sure that some move like Queen takes F6 doesn't unpin the Rook.
So, yeah.
Just in case.
Just in case. But, you think about that, and then you look at the face of the other guy, and you make sure 1 minute's gone by.
Yes. So tomorrow
so this
we
is
will
another
see.
very good ending. Very well played this ending.
Unfortunately, he doesn't get a reward for it. Tomorrow he will have to play black again against McShane.
Really? Let's try and imagine the pairings for tomorrow. Because the round is not... The
round is basically over.
No, but there's still games, so we don't have... We can try and do the pairing ourselves. Let's see. McShane has 6 points. M6. And that's it.
And that's it. So they have to play.
Okay, so we have to look at their history to see if one of them has repeated at some point. So, Luke started white, black, white, black, white, white, black. Luke could easily go to black again tomorrow. Okay. Easily. He repeated white here. And here, white, black, white, black, white, black. No, sorry. Black, white, black, white, black, white, black. Ems is going to white tomorrow.
Okay.
Because he's got 4 and 3. And Luke has got 4 whites and 3 blacks.
Okay, and now Luke McShane is going to have to play for a win with black.
Well, not necessarily. If he draws and wins the last game with white,
he will want draw odds when he plays Gawain Jones.
I understand. But he'll get white on the last. But of course that might not be enough to win if he doesn't win tomorrow.
Yeah, if he's white and a draw suffices, then he's fine.
So those two will play probably M's white against McShane black, probably. And then we have with 5.5. We have, of course, Gormali will be for 5.5. Howell. What did Howell do?
Howell drew.
Howell drew.
So
Howell has lost.
He played B4. He played B4, which was accurate, and then
just as well. And he got to this ending.
Got to this ending and offered a draw.
And this is a draw. Okay.
This is the version that we agreed was drawn before.
So Jones with 5.5. Pert 5.5. Hanley 5.5.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 players with 5.5. They'll probably play against each other. And then with 5, Hawkins and Howell and many other players.
Conor Murphy, Mark Hebden.
You can't really.
Hamid Ghazi.
I don't really see
and Andrew Hawkins.
Howell or Hawkins with chances to win the tournament.
No, not anymore.
Clearly, the round has favoured McShane. He's able to draw with black against Gormali, leaving Gormali at half point. And in principle, Hawkins should be a tougher opponent than Ems for him. In principle. But as we can see, Ems has played very well. So, what will Ems do tomorrow? Will he play with white enterprisingly for a win? Or will he play solidly like Gormali today?
It depends how important the title is to him. If he's already won it, it may not be that important.
Well, he was tied first. Not sure if that's a win or if that's coming second.
We had that in the chat somewhere, actually, what happened in the tie-break.
Oh, there was tie-break. Oh, okay. So maybe he tied, but he lost. Let's see. Not sure how to get this out of the way.
The 1997 playoff back there.
Was odd.
Was odd. Odd how?
We'll know now. Okay, so there was a tie.
Four-way tie.
Four-way tie between Adams, Ems, Miles and Sadler. Ems did a stunning performance here. In the last round, Tony Miles and Sadler drew after a very brief game, guaranteeing £4,500. First prize was £10,000. The consequences of a loss would have left them with only a few hundred. Adams won his first 4 games. He won the final game to get into a playoff. Ems also managed to get into the speed playoff. The 4 players contested a single round robin of 15 minutes with 10 seconds increment. The result was rather unsatisfactory as the top 2 finishers had 2 whites and 1 black, and the others had 2 blacks and 1 white. The playoffs were further devalued when the 2 winners of the speed event didn't want to have a final playoff to decide the winner of the title. So, who were the 2 winners?
Adams and Ems.
Okay, so because they're here.
Yeah.
But this is just alphabetic. It's all alphabetic, you see? H, L, S, 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 A, F, K, M, P. So it's not quite sure. Let's look at the frame. If it's still working.
No,
this is broken.
There's a web page from 97, so understandable.
So we don't really know what happened here.
But someone in the chat will have told us by now.
Except that... no.
Nope. Okay.
No one is sticking around. So I think it's a good time to
call
say
it
goodbye.
a day.
Okay. So those of you who are still watching the feed, thanks again. Thank you for your attention during the afternoon, for following our commentary, for pointing out these things we ask about. And Daniel, your last day with us.
Last day. It's been quite a week. It's
been a pleasure to meet you. Honoured to have you as an analyst. I've learned quite a few things.
I'll be replaced tomorrow by Stephen Gordon.
Stevie G is coming over here.
For that English interest, I suppose.
And
he can tell you about players and their quirks as well.
Hopefully we'll get some good insight tomorrow as well.
Yep.
And if you're free to access the chat at some point in the afternoon, don't forget to say something and say hello.
As long as you know who I am.
Of course.
I don't have my name on Just 24.
Oh, you've got an anonymous account, they call it. Okay.
You'll just have to figure it out.
Okay. You could pop in on the YouTube channel as well.
Yeah.
So, okay. Depending what you're saying, I'll try and find out if you leave me some hint.
Some hints.
Yeah. I'll try and get it. And Stephen Gordon, Grandmaster 25 something or other.
25-30 maybe.
25-30, who has also played many times as a British champion. He'll be with us tomorrow afternoon for the 8th round, which will be a nice round. It'll be very exciting as well.
Yeah.
And for those of you who want to see the 9th round, make space in your schedule for Sunday morning, because the 9th round is not in the afternoon.
In the morning.
It's in the morning.
11, is it 10 a.m.?
10
British time,
which will be 11 for most of Europe and for here in Hamburg.
Yep.
And Stephen Gordon will also be with us on Sunday morning, so we'll have a Grandmaster commentary for the last 2 days and see who wins. Luke McShane looks to be the favourite, but
you can't just count Ems either. If he has white against McShane,
as we've seen, he's already tied for first place. So 20 years later, who knows? Because this was 1997, so we're in 2017. Could be his year.
Could be.
Okay.
Thank you and
see
good
you
night.
later.